Welcome everybody to Calling All Heroes. It is the Radiant Heroes Major 3, the most wonderful time of the year. Merry Cosmos, everybody. My name is CB and I am joined by the wonderful Tiny Shiny. How are you doing today, Tiny?
Oh, it is an absolutely wonderful day for Calling All Heroes. As always, Merry Cosmos, everybody. We have a ton of action to bring to you on this lovely Sunday. This will be the conclusion of our Swiss stage today. We've had so much Calling All Heroes action going on, not only in thus just this Calling All Heroes Major 3. This is the third one after all. This is the final main event that we are going to have before we get in to the LCQs and, of course, the champions you're going to see way down there in Rainbow in February.
I said it's the most wonderful time of the year. It only comes around once every year or approximately 6 or 7 times a season, depending on whether or not you're counting LCQ or championships. But it's been quite the tumultuous road for a lot of the marginalized gender talent that we have coming at you today. They've been through quite a bit, and it's time to make it all worth something. Like you said, the last major event before the hellscape that's going to be LCQ to try and make it into championships. Right now, it's put up or shut up for so many of these teams, and even a couple of these teams right now. After yesterday, we've got some updated standings as far as circuit points will go. Timeless Ethereal is sitting pretty at the top there. That is Wisp's cat, by the way, as their logo. I think we're gonna switch that back to the Timeless one. So, say hello to the cute baby. It's gonna be gone after this one. But we also have Timeless Celestial, another like little sister team going on with Timeless Ethereal. A few other teams to keep an eye on here, though. Michael Wave, Fable, NYXL Embers. This is about where the cutoff is going to be, is that 6th place spot right there. The top 6 are going to go to champs, so VT Blue and Azathoth are knocking at the door there.
Yeah, and you're going to notice that, especially where those points are, the closest ones are going to be both Azathoth and VT Blue, that they want to get that top spot away. Nothing is going to be secure until, of course, the end of the day today. That's going to get you into those top 8 spots. We'll figure out who is moving on to that playoff bracket by the end of next matches. And then we'll head over to next weekend, where those actual prizes will be given out. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at that format, too, just to give you guys a better idea of that visual. We have so much on the line today, not only for qualification potentially to those final CB, but also some good old cash prize and those circuit points.
It's the circuit points, by the way, that I think are going to be the most important. I mean, you look at first prize, you're getting $5,000. And that's to each player, by the way, $5,000 a pop. And that's a fair bit, right? But the points are where it's actually all going to matter, because like we said, this is potentially the last chance for any of these teams to get any of these points to really get themselves in that top 6. And for teams, like Fable, who we're going to be looking at a little bit later today, and by later today, I mean almost once we're done with the top of the show today, it's going to get a little bit scary. You want to make sure you're grabbing onto as many points as you possibly can from top to bottom. Anything is better than nothing right now.
Absolutely. Anything that you can manage to get your hands on in this event is going to be massive, whether it's for the sake of qualifying for those championships or just getting yourselves on the board for some other incentives that we actually have going on. So not only are you looking at that cash prize, but also we have our lovely gear provided by Be Quiet. To get an idea, you got PC cases, power supply units, and air cooler units for first through 4th place of today. That breakdown is sitting there accordingly. There's so much on the line for today's games.
Yeah, Be Quiet shouts out for sweetening the pot just a little bit, but again, it's all about those circuit points. The cash prize and a nice sweet PC case and a power supply. I'd love that. Absolutely, honestly, any day of the week. But if I'm one of these competitors, I want to go for the big payday that's going to be champs. That's where all eyes are going to be on you. That's where everybody is going to want to make their name. And in order to get there, you have to get all of those circuit points that you possibly can. And here is where it's all going to come down to. This is our map pool, a quite narrow one for a lot of these teams, and that might force a pretty strict meta outside of the control there, where we have Samoa joining the fray this time around.
Ooh. That's kind of what you like to see, though, right? Is you're going to have Samoa and Antarctic Peninsula, 2 of the newest maps that you're actually going to see here in today, outside of Flashpoint, which will, of course, be joining the lineup. So it'll be going Control all the way to Hybrid, and then Flashpoint in our best of 3 formatting. The map 1 will be set, and then after, from here on out, it will be that first pick for not only just the Challengers division, but also for our Rising tournament, which will be happening simultaneously along with this event. event. So while they may not be on stream, you still have plenty of competitors that are competing in a rank of diamond or below for some nice pricing themselves. $1,000 goes over to the winners of the second event.
I know a lot of you guys are watching this and being like, man, these marginalized gender players, they're so good. I wish I could play and be just like them. Well, hey, you can go and compete in the Rising series, get yourself signed up for that, and join up, play with some teams, get better, grind, grow. That's what this is all about, is, coming together as a collective and getting better, playing more Overwatch together, competing, growing as talent, as players, as people, and we do love to see it. But hey, we talked a lot about the prizing and the incentives for all of the players. What about for all of you watching right now on Twitch and on YouTube? Well, if you're watching on the Overwatch Contenders page, this skin drop, this one's for all the lesbians out there. We got Farah and Moira skins that you can grab. Just, hang around, support the scene, maybe engage in the chat a little bit, tell us who your favorite players are, and stick around long enough, you just might get one of these drops.
Oh yeah, absolutely wonderful in terms of the actual skin drops that we have going on. But CB, that is not all. We have even more things that we're going to be giving away to the viewers throughout this event. And why don't you go ahead, talk us through it?
Oh, chat, I want you to close your eyes really quick and picture your happy place. I don't know about you, but my happy place is a mountain of about 10,000 burritos. And wouldn't you know it, that's just what our sponsor Chipotle is giving away across the entirety of the broadcast, both this weekend and next weekend, in both the stream and in Discord communities. So make sure you hang around. Maybe you can snag yourself some free lunch today if you're careful.
All right, we're heading into that really chilly winter, so just want to bundle up like a burrito, and just sit by the fire, enjoy some Calling All Heroes, munch on some Chipotle while you're at it, and be keeping an eye out throughout our stream today for our giveaway codes and how you will be able to maybe grab yourself a little bit of a snack. But of course, CB, with all of that being said, we got to get ready to head into our matches for today. We're starting out Swiss round number 4, Fable versus Vanquish Royals.
And I am really glad that we get to start off with this matchup, because I have been pushing some pretty strong Avery propaganda, so I want to get some more Fable on my screen. We saw a little bit of them yesterday, but we also get to see Vanquish Royals, who didn't actually get to make it onto the broadcast, but do have some interesting pieces that are worth putting under the microscope to see what it is that they're capable of, see if they're able to try and overtake a team like Fable, who, if we go to the overall standings, remember, Fable's sitting there at 5th place, kind of, near that bubble. Vanquish Royals right now, they're sitting at 10th place, and if you look at our overall Swiss standings, there's not quite as much daylight between the two, only that one win and one loss separating them. This could be one of those places where if you're Vanquish Royals, you close the gap and potentially, put Fable's chances of qualifying for the playoffs in jeopardy.
Exactly, and that's kind of where you want to enunciate Fable, right? Is because they are very close to confirming a spot within those playoffs. And, if you start by winning this match today, great. You're one step closer to moving on to this top 8 playoff bracket. And it is an absolute must for this team, because we saw those points. You saw how close that this competition is going to get. And if Fable were to miss out on that top 8, I mean, everything that they've worked for this entire season is going to be up in jeopardy. And looking at this roster today, CB, you know them, you love them. You gotta highlight these guys. Avery, for starters, on the tank. They have been absolutely insane when it comes to the Sigma Aria. She's got a stellar Sojourn just sitting waiting to come on out, partnered with Snozzler, Karopi, and Panther. I mean, there's so much to look forward to Fable and the roster that they're going to put out today. When we saw them in their matchup in their Switch Stage 1, they looked pretty darn strong, especially when it came to this main meta composition.
Yeah, I mean, Snozzler and Caro are both really strong pickups, and they have definitely shown their merit, but I want to continue to highlight Avery. It's my firm belief that Avery is the most underrated tank player in all of Calling All Heroes. Their Sigma is second to none, and in a Sigma-dominated meta, they are actually getting a chance to show what for. We saw glimpses of it in the last minor tournament, but Fable didn't really put up the results that we kind of wanted them to and kind of expected them to. Now it is up to this roster to be the authors of their own fairy tale, write their own destiny, and it starts by qualifying for playoffs, and they have to show their value, show what it's all about, show why everybody needs to pay attention to them. But standing in their way will be the squad that we haven't seen quite a bit of yet, but we're about to, Vanquish Royals.
Yeah, Vanquish Royals coming on up. We've seen a lot of these players in other Calling All Heroes events, of course, just not under this title. Formerly, Strix's Bad Blood, you'll have Siba, Diamic, and Blobfish, all pretty well-known players within the Calling All Heroes scene, but you also need to stand the question, are they ready to stand up to the might that is Avery and Fable, who have been playing together for quite some time and have a lot to work for in just this event alone?
Going head-to-head with someone like Avery, especially in a Sigma meta, is going to put a lot of the weight on Blobfish's shoulders, but I also kind of want to highlight Dynamic because they were a standout player on Bear Claw Gaming last tournament, and even though Bear Claw Gaming was another team that didn't quite post the results that we thought that they maybe should have, Dynamic was still a standout and still one of the highlights of that roster. I think having them come in here for this Vanquish Royal squad is a huge pickup, and I think that is going to, be something that's going to bear a little bit more of the burden for this team, but it's going to be, it feels like it's going to be a Fable favored matchup here today.
Yeah, and like that's kind of what we expect, right? Fable have been, of course, have a little bit more of that team synergy. They've been playing together longer, plus their strongest heroes just happen to be pretty darn good right now, CB, particularly when you look at this map of Antarctic Peninsula where we'll be kicking off our series. This is a set map, nobody's choice in particular, but if y'all were hanging around yesterday, saw the first game of the day, it was Fable taking down, I believe it was Pocket, no, it was Meow for a Pocket.
Yeah, Meow for Pocket.
Exactly, Meow for Pocket, and they played this Sigma. They played this Sigma with the Mei, Symmetra, they switch up to a Sojourn Tracer. There's so much adaptability within this team to counter out whatever their opponents run. And honestly, I think that's going to be one of their biggest strengths, especially when you look at a map such as this one.
Yeah, Antarctic Peninsula is one of those maps where you're going to see a lot more rush, especially on both sub-level or not on sub-level actually, on both Icebreaker and Labs. You're going to see a lot of the rush. On sub-level, things might go a little bit more in the ways of a dive composition. It has the tendency to do just that, but I think, it's still going to be a strong map for the Sigma composition, the Sigma head-to-head regardless, so we're going to have to see what ends up happening. We're kicking things off here on Icebreaker, and Fable, I don't think we're gonna be sticking on the Roadhog. We're not all about that base over here. I think it's Avery. It's Avery. Avery is going to swap to the Sigma. I can almost assure it, and we're seeing the same thing on the side of Vanquish Royals here. This composition, by the way, when we get a chance to kind of break it down a little bit, I'll be sure to tell you what it is. But you mentioned adaptability, by the way, for both these teams. When it comes to this composition, that is the name of the game.
Adaptability, being able to make those changes, and another thing is the speed that we're going to see. Lime sticking onto this Symmetra, that gets you over to this little center area that you're going to see on Icebreaker first, allowing them to start the poke phase. The problem with this is that you need to find some way to play off a Mei wall. Arya did get a nice one up, yes, but Avery, heap of trouble teleporting out of the direction, but they find themselves all off in a corner split. Can they manage to stay alive? Immortality thrown in from downtown. It doesn't last long at all. It's up to Lime and Arya to come up big. With how much charge that this Symmetra has right now. That's a triple kill to glow off. You let the microwave beam go all the way up, Sammy. Ooh, things are about to burn.
Lime sticking with the Symmetra here is kind of a surprise, but when you consider the geometry of Icebreaker, it's not a huge surprise, actually. It's quite favorable for Fable when they actually get into that brawl phase. When the Mei walls come up, that's where the Symmetra is going to outshine the likes of the Sojourn. Sojourn has to try and stay at range and find, that one-shot potential, but she's not able to do that if everyone's already dead, being melted down like butter with the microwave beam coming out from Lime there. And now, as we rotate around, trying to come from the high ground, it's going to be a little bit of a Mei wall there to segment off Blobfish.
That's the main cooldowns coming out too. Finger was way out in no man's land on the other side of the main wall. Sure, you had the ice block, but that's just another way that Arya has done an excellent job to set up Avery and the rest of Fable to secure these eliminations.
And it's one of those things where it's like, you're kind of subjected to a Mei wall no matter which way you approach this point. There's just 3 different chokes that you're going to have to walk through, and Vanquish Royals, they've had enough of this. They're going to go ahead and reach for the loaded handgun that has been Bastion this entire meta. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Avery and potentially Lime to get some teleports out of danger.
Yeah, and that's what Lime has been doing so good every single time. If there's a Mei wall or something scary coming up, you just get your team out of the way, and now they have all of these insane ultimates to be able to play off of. That the Sound Barrier coming up, Blobfish turned into quite a frozen fish, and Avery cleans up the rest of the squad. That wasn't even a major commitment that they had to pull in 3 ultimates quick and done, and finally, see, we're gonna be darn near Flashlight territory.
It's going to be that sound barrier from NIF that's going to make all the difference there for Vanquished Royals, because you're going to be looking on the other side, and there's that Gravitic Flux. Blobfish has a chance to try and build up to one of their own, but it's going to be kind of a razor-thin margin, Avery, you got to know that they're going to be looking for that early one, going to try and get all the follow-up damage that they can. So is NIF's sound barrier going to be on point? We'll have to find out. They lost Kuropi, though.
Got so far up there, and that's going to end up hurting them, but what's worse is Blobfish. No, the Gravitic Flux just too wide, and you're turned down by the turrets. What can a Sigma do in this scenario? I know how painful it can be, but the Blizzard goes down. CB, things are falling apart. Vanquished Royals, they're dropping everything that they can on this point, but there's just one step ahead. Fable can read the playbook that Vanquished Royals pull out, and it is a clean sweep to kick us off on Icebreaker.
So I erroneously said that Avery would be looking for an early Gravitic Flux there. This is why they're a far better Sigma player than I will ever be. They actually waited, bided their time. Blobfish whiffed the Gravitic Flux, and Vanquished Royals invested the beat on that as well, and they didn't find anything for that, all those ults, no purchase. Avery comes in, no more beat, Gravitic Flux, eats the Blizzard on top of it, near single-handedly just nullifies 3 ultimates on the other side and just slams everyone right back down to earth with one of their own. GG's easy for that one. Fable take Icebreaker quite swiftly. And as we go to labs, I don't expect to see any change-ups on either side. I think we're going to continue as we were. Vanquished Royals still going to hang their hat on that Sojourn composition, but is Prototype going to be able to find any purchase with it? So far they haven't, but we know that they can.
Yeah, here's the thing, though, right? Is that Fable, they're sticking on to this Symmetra. They're playing the Sigma Comp as more of a brawl style rather than the poke that Vanquished Royals want to do. They have a bit more of an option to do that, but the problem is with how aggressive Fiddleby is allowing Avery to be, they're just stuck in the face of a Symmetra beam. They're getting split up just like we saw there, and you're getting sent back to spawn in such a quick fashion. Yes, you're going to be able to take many fights, but if you don't deal with Lime, you're just done. That's it.
So generally speaking, the Sigma composition, the way that Vanquished Royals are playing it, it's kind of a hybrid between a poke and a brawl composition. You're just playing the poke until you either find a pick-off with the Sojourn or the Mei finds a big wall, and at either point, the two teams collapse on top of each other like long-lost lovers. But Fable are completely skipping that first step. They're going all in on the brawl with the Symmetra, getting right up in Vanquished Royals' face. They can't comfortably make that transition, and they look lost once Fable get in their face every single time. And Fable, as long as they keep this tempo up, they're going to be firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, that's the thing though, right? Is that Prototype is a very good Sojourn player. But if you're not able to do anything because Fable are playing so close, they are quite literally driving the bus with Vanquished Royals. They're getting trampled over time and time again. So when you look at them to make this next setup, you either need a wall or a window to come out. You're going to get both, but guess what? Avery is that Flux up first. Everyone looking to stay alive. Excellent healing mid-air to come on through, and Arya even ends up going down. So Vanquished Royals easily the best position that they have been in so far this entire game. You're going to see the Photon Barrier. Yeah, that's going to slow it down, and it gives Fable a chance to stabilize up on this high ground, have a bit more of an opportunity to do things before they back out. The longer this goes, the more percentage that they're going to be able to get, but Blobfish goes so far up. Beautiful sound barrier, Knife keeping the team alive, but NIF, is that even going to be enough? Prototype has to get in there, finally! Lands the shot needed, Lime goes down, Avery barely hanging on for dear life. Vanquished Royals, they just can't manage to close out this fight fast enough. The amount that Fable have been able to solve this out is absolutely insane. They're making it expensive for the Royals to come back in and finally get themselves on the board.
The key thing there, and at the tail end of all of that, is that Arya holds on to the Blizzard there, whereas Vanquished Royals are only going to have that overclock. And again, Fable don't want to give Prototype the opportunity to find any of those flank angles, any of those off angles where an ultimate like an overclock can be really valuable. So expect Fable to, again, try and go quick with that Blizzard. It's up to Prototype to use this overclock to snuff that out, but the teleporter is already out. Fable are already looking for their way in.
This is a terrible Prototype. We need to go around the flank. I'm actually loving this. Come on, find it. But both the Maywall and the Sigma Shield shoved up in Prototype's face. She doesn't have many options to work with. And all the meanwhile, the Blizzard comes out on the other side. Fable freezing the competition down to earth. And the Vanquished Royals, they had the plan. Prototype wanted to get in there, but the counterplay, too good.
Anyrisu popped the Ant Matrix on that as well, and it didn't end up finding them a whole hill of beans. Fable have one of their own. They're coming up on a Gravitic Flux and a Photon Barrier of their own. They've got all the tools they need to keep this one staggered out at least to 99. Vanquished Royals, they're coming up on a Gravitic Flux of their own, but Avery has been getting the better of those exchanges quite consistently. It's going to be a very, very narrow window, just like the one Avery slips through right past that Maywall.
put on the grease there, just keep on through. And they managed to grab the Gravitic Flux. Yes, that's the Aptis in the back line. Already thrown on out. Gravitic Flux on the other side. Blobfish finally finds the mark that they wanted to. But is it going to be enough for them to turn it around? It is 99% right now. And Fable have all the shielding and the protection in the world to work with. But as soon as this goes down, you need to be a little bit scared. Heavily outnumbered they are right now. And Vanquish Royals want to go ahead, clean this one up. Iria, once she comes out of the ice block, this one is going to be set back over. And Vanquish Royals are going to look to come on back.
For my money, Annie Risu is the hero of that fight, using that immortality field to stay alive through the Gravitic Flux, coming back with that early pickoff onto Lime, keeping everybody alive. Just great Baptiste play, top to bottom, and that's the kind of thing that is going to keep Vanquish Royals in the fight right now, but they only realistically have one fight that they can give up, because Fable, like I said, did manage to get themselves up to 99. They have a sound barrier, they're coming up on a blizzard. If they take their time and don't die on the way in, this is going to be really scary for Vanquish Royals. There's no more room for error on this sub point.
Oh no! I was just about to say Prototype has to get an early pick, but instead it's Lime that gets Prototype as the early pick. Oh, this is terrible for Vanquish Royals. They have the sound barrier in their back pocket. It's going to happen out sooner than later. Barely managed to hit on Brainworm. That's going to be one of your last strings to pull out to the App Matrix. Sure helps zone out the objective, but with that teleporter, Fable, they're easily able to move on out of the way. They take their time, they find the poke damage, and it's Lime once again, CB. This happens every single time Fable play the slow game until they get this pick off and just march straight over, banging on the gates of Vanquish Royals and send them straight back to the spawn. They'll be 99% hit for a second time. A touch not happening. 1-0 start for Fable.
For those of you at home who might be a little bit confused, Lime is Snozzler, by the way. They are one and the same, and just like I said, why they are such a great pickup for this team, they're playing Symmetra and consistently out-dueling a Sojourn who's supposed to be playing at range from a distance, but Lime consistently finding the better of those exchanges. Prototype not able to get the better of that exchange, and then when you look at it like top to bottom, like, you know, Z Panther getting play of the game just to outshine the one shout out to Annie Risu that I gave, it does look like from top to bottom at every role, Fable on that map just outclashed Vanquish Royals. There's still, you know, a lot of talent on Vanquish Royals. There's still a lot of potential, but right now, this is Fable's match to lose.
Honestly, I mean, Fable looked so darn good there. They lost a total of 2 fights throughout that entire exchange, which on a control map, that's not something that you're going to see all that often. I mean, that really does show the prowess that they have on this composition. Sigma, one of Avery's strongest heroes. We can't talk about them enough and how good they did in that match against Blobfish. Blobfish didn't do all that bad, but when they're constantly either being burned down by a Symmetra or walled off by Arya, what are you even expected to do at that point? The team is built around Avery, Snozzler, and Arya being able to push on this aggression, and it goes all the way back to that same case that you mentioned a little bit earlier, CV, about how Avery and Fable, they're in the driver's seat, whereas we're just looking at Vanquish Royals to have to react to that.
I mean, we're going to keep talking about Avery, at least I know I am, because I want to make sure that they get the recognition they deserve, because we always talk about the best tanks in Calling All Heroes, and you bring up names like, you know, Sniper, Moving Fish, all these other great Sigma players. Well, Avery needs to be in that conversation, and damn near the top of it, and I feel like if Fable performs very well, we're going to start seeing a little bit more of that, and it's also going to be up to a lot of the other extremely talented members of Fable to kind of pick that up a little bit, help Avery write that narrative, and also forge their own names. You know, Snozzler, again, we mentioned how big of a pickup that is to come in from the championship team, Timeless Ethereal from the previous minor, who did not drop a map, and Snozzler was the Sojourn player for the entirety of that. They're playing Symmetra and outdueling a Sojourn. They know the heroes so well, they don't even need to play it in order to counter it, and showing that, you know, hey, I wasn't just being deadlifted by a championship team, like, I was part of that championship team. You know, they were successful in part because of me.
Yeah, and that has to be a scary thought, right? Snozzler is playing a Symmetra, often a hero that can be difficult to shine on, to really stand out, and that is exactly what Snozzler did in our map 1. And not to mention that even as we move on later into the maps, Hybrid, of course, being the next, in either Midtown or Kings Row, the fact that you're just sitting on a Sojourn that you haven't had to pull out with, which is arguably one of the best things we've ever seen out of Snozzler, that's going to be terrifying if you're Vanquish Royals.
And, you know, let's talk about that map pool, by the way. Midtown or Kings Row, pick your poison there. Both of those right now in the current landscape of Overwatch are very, very strong Sigma maps. So you're not going to get to play something like maybe a Hollywood where you could theoretically force Avery off of that Sigma onto something a little bit more dive. You know, hey Avery, let's see how your monkey is, or let's see how your diva plays. Like, nope, you don't. They're never gonna have to swap.
Yeah.
Never ever, unless you are playing a dive composition that is so strong that it forces them off of that Sigma composition. We'll talk about that a little bit later today if we do see anybody bust out that Doomfist that we saw from time to time yesterday. But if the name of the game is going to be a Sigma mirror, there are not many teams in this tournament that I would bet on over Fable.
No, not at all. I mean, Avery, you say that they're underrated, and yes, I can agree with that. I genuinely am on the boat of Avery is one of the best tank players and even one of the best Sigma players that you are going to see in this entire tournament. The meta could not have been in a better spot for Fable right now, and we are going to see them continue to run through that composition. They're not happy about the game that they did end up losing yesterday. They're at a 2-1. So going up to get a third on the board is going to be the best next step forward. And speaking of next steps, King's Row is where we'll be going to for our next map. And when you think about that, Sigma's gonna be fine. This is where one of the places that you actually are going to do incredibly well, and even more attuned to this more hybrid but brawl style that Fable has been focused on.
Yeah, I don't see this forcing any changes out of Fable whatsoever. I do say there is potential for a Doomfist to come out here, but we haven't really seen anything out of Blobfish just yet to show that that is, something that is in Vanquish Royal's hero pool, if that is something that team is able to play effectively. And with the way that they just kind of got outclassed by Fable, I think their team coordination might be a little bit slippery. It might be a little bit more, a little too slippery to try and run something like a Doomfist. Because Doomfist, it's a great composition, plays into the Sigma very, very well, but there is a lot that can go wrong. And, again, we'll talk about that if and when we see it. But again, it's a great map for a Sigma brawl, because you think of King's Row, you think of a brawl. You think, that's where, back in the days of old when we had two tanks, we were spoiled back then. It would be like Ryan Zarya brawl. And then we've seen variations of Ryan brawl, Zarya brawl throughout the metas past. Not as much Ryan brawl as I think some people would have liked. I actually anticipated seeing a little bit more Ryan brawl this time around, but that Sigma is still the flavor of the past several months, so no reason to swap now. Why change it up? If it works, stick with it.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Exactly. I mean, I don't expect Fable to switch anything. If anyone's gonna change here, it is going to be Vanquish Royals. And granted, we don't have entirely a lot of information about their hero pool, and Fable doesn't either. So this is kind of the chance. Vanquish Royals, of course, this is their map pick. You do not want to be going down. If you lose a third game here, CB, it's highly unlikely that you're going to be able to come back and be within that top 8. So Vanquish Royals, this is them fighting to stay alive in the third major to attempt to make it to those playoffs, have a shot at that prize pool and those circuit points that we've been talking so much about. And of course, them thinking King's Row is the best place for them to do it, whether it is a comfort pick, whether it's going to help them pull out something different in terms of the competition. I don't know what it's going to be, but what we just saw in Antarctic Peninsula, something has to change. Whether it is in the hero composition or your playstyle, what you just did not work, and we need to see something that's a little bit different. The synergy that Fable has right now is on another level, and Vanquish Royals have to recognize that.
Well, one thing I do kind of want to highlight is Dynamic, by the way, Brainworms83 for those of you at home, has a pretty strong Genji in their back pocket, if I'm recalling correctly, and that would loan itself quite well to a Doomfist dive if Vanquish Royals do decide to bust that particular composition out. But yeah, again, like we keep calling back to it, Sigma, I want Sigma and Avery to be synonymous in people's minds. I'm going to keep pushing that narrative until it becomes just what everybody think of. They think of Sigma, they think of either Toes, or they think of Avery, not necessarily in that order.
Good to clarify that. Always good to clarify that. I mean, hey, good old Space Grandpa himself is just an interesting spot in the meta. A lot of people might call it boring, call it slow. Personally, I love watching this, especially when it's Avery, who just has this understanding of the hero and the mechanics that many other players cannot replicate. So when you're pulling out this, you always expect to see big things from Avery to set up Fable. They are your person that you are going to be banking off of. Of course, Fable will be kicking it off on the defense. Nothing too much changed so far, as we expected.
And again, we talked about adaptability, and that's kind of how the Sigma composition worked. I mentioned how it likes to flip the switch between a poke composition and a brawl composition, and the way Fable are currently playing it, they're not messing around with any of that poke nonsense. They want to brawl, and they're going to keep that up. Vanquish Royals, they have to try and play something a little more pokey. I don't expect this Hanzo to stay, but I do expect the Ashe to stick, at least for a little bit there from Maple, who does get subbed in, by the way, to play this specific hero. Look for Maple to be trying to take an angle that can circumvent Avery's shield, get a big dynamite, pressure some of the members of Fable back, and Vanquish Royals can capitalize off taking space that way.
like to see it. It's a different look, but Maple has a big task on her shoulders right now, and I mean, look at the pressure that she's under. That's the immortality heal out already just to keep her alive, where Fable are nice and healthy, have all of the cooldowns in the world to be able to go off of, and it's just trying to waver this fight. Maple, again, she's on a very good off angle, knows where she has to be positioned on the Ashe, but the fact that we're not seeing any of these deciding moves, it forces this composition to play much slower, which Fable, we know them, they like to keep the pace on up, so if Vanquish Royals end up waiting too long, they're going to be the ones themselves that are gauged on. Immortality out again to keep Blobfish onto their feet, but that's very dangerous for Avery. Squeaks around the corner of the hotel. My goodness, that amplification matrix from Anarisu ripped the door right open off of its anguish. You cannot have asked any more from Anarisu to help Maple and Brainworm get themselves in the fight.
And that's the second time this series that Anarisu has been the hero of the fight, building up that Ant Matrix very, very quickly. Z-Panther had one as well, but Fable opted not to use it. I don't think they anticipated that the angle that Ant Matrix was at was actually going to get as much purchase as it did, but Maple found a huge dynamite right through it that ended up helping seal the deal. Great play coming out from Vanquish Royals, and now they want to try and push up and take some space, but the TPs coming out from Snozzle are going to make it real difficult, as is that rock.
My gosh, look at the amount of support that just went into Blobfish, even getting out of the Blizzard. But that is actually, even if it doesn't catch anybody, that Aria's Blizzard, it just prevented Vanquish Royals from pushing through that choke. So now Fable have the opportunity to hold close and are going to have to pick more of their battles as they start to move on up. Photon Barrier still holding them close but line. Way far out there! But oh, you're not flying in front of Avery, Blobfish, and expecting that to get nailed with a rock. That's a Sigma dip from Avery if I've ever seen one. They just want to prove how good they are at this hero, but maybe a little too good. Thought that they could 5v1. I'm sorry, that is not going to happen in any realistic circumstance. And Vanquish Royals, yeah, they're going to go ahead and punish Avery. As good as that looks, CB, it got too far ahead.
I mean, you called it out that was a great individual play from Avery. They are phenomenal, especially when it comes to the Sigma head-to-head, but we were focused on that. There was so much else that was happening all over the board. You had Lime going in very deep, and Z-Panther having to use the immortality field just to try and keep Lime alive. You had the Bob coming out from Maple buying so much space for Vanquish Royals, and they're able to win the fight off of all the chaos that surrounded it. So yeah, great play from Avery, but you need more than that if you want to stop this pain train.
Yeah, you're gonna need so much more. This is the snowball, quite literally, that you're working off of. The teleporter helps, yes, but it doesn't save Avery, and Lime isn't gonna be able to touch the payload, so the snowball from the May player is gonna snowball into the third point. Not even an intended pun, but I'm so glad that it is there.
I did say that it was a big teleporter, but it just kind of teleported Avery, you know, slightly further out from the center of the blizzard, but still very much so in it. Not so much out of the frying pan into the fire, but slightly to the left of the frying pan, like still in it and still very much so cooking. Fable, I mean, they're not able to get close and execute this brawl the way that they want to. Vanquish Royals are doing a great job of keeping that away, but now we're getting close. There's a huge wall coming out from Maria.
The wall comes up, but the wall isn't doing anything. Fable have been just scrambling backwards this whole time. Maple is the super sub coming in for this roster. Kills everybody. You cannot ask for more from this player right now.
And the Ashe is paying huge dividends, like I mentioned. They're getting a lot better poke. The Dynamites are paying off huge. They're even investing Anarisu's Ant Matrices and finding a ton of value. Now Maple is in a place where no one really has the ability to dislodge her. Gravitic Flux coming out from Blobfish. What is Fable going to do to respond here?
What can they do? That has to be the actual question here. Sure, Avery's gonna be close to a Gravitic Flux, but they have to stay alive and fight through the sound barrier that is coming out. Vanquish Royals, they're so close, they can taste it, and Avery goes down before the ultimate can even make its mark. Maple has not been stopped. She should not be allowed to be doing this much, but Fable have let her get away with a murder plus some, and they're struggling here at the final couple of meters here on King's Row. They don't have many options to work with. The Blizzard, the sound barrier, what can even happen? The sound barrier doesn't even go off right now. The Fiddle Beast frozen up in the Blizzard. That one really has to hurt. Moving on because Vanquish Royals, they're so close. They absolutely know it. And CB, they're gonna get it. What a turnaround from our map number 1, King's Row. 3 minutes and 20 seconds and a full completion. I'm blown away.
I gotta apologize, Maple. I was not familiar with your game. Here I thought that you were just an unhinged poster on Twitter, but no, it turns out you're absolutely cracked out of your mind at the Ashe. A 5K towards the end there, and consistent pressure with the Dynamites, consistent angles, and Fable, you know, despite having the sim, you might think like, oh, I can just TP onto the Ashe. No, she just coach guns away. They're never able to adequately punish that, and it's paying off huge for Vanquish Royals. You know, I wasn't expecting the Ashe to come out. Once I saw it, I was like, well, yeah, this is Maple's signature hero. This is definitely going to stick. There's value to this. It does help with that poke phase and prevent Fable from transitioning effectively into the brawl, which it never felt like they were able to do. This is Overwatch 101. You know, control the tempo, control the pace. And speaking of pace, Vanquish Royals set a blazing one. 320 on the time bank. Good lord, Fable have a tall task in front of them.
Ugh, can they even do it at this point? When you look at what Vanquish Royals did, sure, maybe they had a little bit of trouble getting started, but as soon as that little spark was lit, it burned, and it kept burning to this raging wildfire that Fable could not tame. And quite literally, that spark was Maple on this Ashe, coming in, maybe a rather unconventional hero that you don't see as often in this meta, but she is so darn good at this hero, where she's positioned. Keep an eye on how she sets up throughout this defense.
The thing with Ashe too, right, is that she kind of plays in a similar fashion to the Sojourn. They both excel at mid-range, but Ashe can put out a lot of damage much more quickly, whereas Sojourn has to kind of charge up. She has very good sustained damage, but Ashe is just constantly hitting those bodies and those headshots, and Fable, they don't want to take it. They're going to circumvent it, eat a big dynamite to try and do it. The teleporter is actually just completely aborted that plan.
They have to go back, and even then, they're still split. You'll see a couple on multiple sides of the statue, and down goes the Panther to none other than Maple. You gotta be checking Maple. This isn't going to happen. The teleporters, yes, they look great from Snozlar as always, but this is just not working right now.
I almost kind of want to see them swap off of the Symmetra here. I don't think they're going to be able to get close enough, and even if they're able to, there's going to be those dynamites coming out. Maple has it scouted. She's constantly waiting for that teleporter to come out, someone to walk through it, and whoever that person is, they're gonna have a dynamite waiting for them at the other end of it.
You're just gonna be set on fire, or you don't even need the fire. Maple opens it up again. This just can't keep happening. Line has to get in there, make this Symmetra start to work out, but Maple is in the back line. That's a second full supports and a third. Stevie, how does she keep doing it?
I mean, nobody is able to check her. Like I keep saying, like, nobody from Fable really is equipped, aside from maybe Keroppi, to try and deal with this Ashe play. Like, she can just have a field day, do whatever she wants, take whatever angle she wants, and as long as she doesn't get caught out with a Maywall or lose a duel with a Lucio, she's fine. She has all the angles she could possibly want. Blobfish's shields are doing a great job of setting her up and enabling her, and continually nobody can check her. She has the Bob, so no one's about to check her now.
And now it's a 6v5 with everyone's favorite robot butler on the field. If people just back off, they run away. Understandably, you need to get out of that situation, because if they can stagger anymore, you're in big trouble.
We're gonna have the Photon Barrier, we're gonna have the Ant Matrix, but we're walking into a Gravitic Flux and a Blizzard, and the Gravitic Flux going to come out early here. Sound Barrier to respond.
And no Blizzard, quite to counter that one out. And this is going to be a big fight for Fable. They've already expended both support ultimates, now the Photon Barrier on top of it. The best chance they're going to have so far, but I mean, Vanquish Royals, they're playing the patient game. You're sitting on the window, and of course, the Blizzard that could just be chucked out at any moment. There's no strict counter that you're going to see from Fable as soon as that ultimate decides to come out, if it is even necessary. Maple has her eyes on another off angle. This time, she is checked out, has to rotate more back over to that central area, and this fight has been going on for quite some time. The resource bars are running low, but the ultimate's not at all. Sound Barrier out for Avery's Gravitic Flux, but this one has a Blizzard underneath it. We wanted to see the combo from Vanquish Royals, but we're going to get it from Fable instead. Yes, they have a pickoff, but they're still down in numbers as far as this one goes. Fable are going to get a tick, maybe two out of it, before we'll see a full contest start to come back in.
I mean, the key thing, though, they managed to take down Blobfish, so Fable should have a way in here, but they're having to struggle just to keep Avery alive because they lost both their DPS, but Maple is still on the field wreaking havoc. She takes down Z Panther. Dead push.
No.
Fable are going to walk away with only one tick and 60 seconds to try and make something out of it. They're going to have a couple of support ults to work with, but you got a Bob on the other side, another Ant Matrix. Maple and Annie Risu have been working in tandem phenomenally for the side of Vanquish Royals, and Fable haven't had an answer for it. Maple is already looking for something big. A nice dynamite there. Where is she going to place this Bob?
Straight in behind them if she needs to. That's gonna be the Bob putting out. Arya has to try to run away. Can she get the sightlines? No, but it forces out the Sound Barrier from Fable. A Bob for a Sound Barrier. You take that trade any day of the week, because now you're gonna look at an Ant Matrix and even a Gravitic Flux coming up where you don't have a counter. Avery is gonna have to back up. Gravitic Flux of their own grabs a couple in the back line, but they're gonna be able to stay alive. They're on an angle that can't be followed up on, and with this being near last fight, something has to happen. Someone has to strike, and Arya finally getting off of that Symmetra seems to be the play onto the Soldier. The contest looking highly unlikely. It took so much to be able to get there, but the payload finally is on the move.
It was not clean. We expect a lot more cleanliness coming out from Fable. It's a great cleanup there from Arya, speaking of being clean, but Vanquish Royals, they make it bloody, they make it scrappy, they make it dirty. It's ugly, but it's effective. I mean, and the one ugly thing I'll say about it is, again, Maple has been the star of this roster here on King's Row, hands down.
Yep.
You know, give the assist to Annie Risu for a lot of this, but Maple on this Ashe has been paying off huge, and Fable, even though they capped the point, it still doesn't feel like they found an answer to it. They're gonna play so far up right now that they're not gonna give Maple a chance to set up anywhere nice and neat where she can perch and keep putting out those dynamites, but they're gonna eventually have to concede that in favor of continuing the cart push, and that's where Vanquish Royals are going to push themselves right back up into the fray, and now it's time for the brawl.
But with Arya being on the soldier, you now have a counter out to Maple. The Blizzard, one hits, one doesn't. And it's the one of Fable that will land the mark, and Arya takes it, shooting fish in a barrel, essentially, in blobfish. And now Fable, they're the ones that are starting to get this snowball rolling on forward. They need that momentum back.
Avery is hungry, not just for making a name for themselves, but also for Blizzards, apparently. That's the second one that we've at least seen that they've eaten coming out from Brainworm. So, great play from Fable, and you do kind of need more than that, but that's such a razor's edge thing to be able to pull off even once. To try and consistently rely on Avery shutting down these big ultimates, you need to have more than that, or Vanquish Royals, you know, they found their inch, they're going to take a mile.
Yeah, and like now you have a gravitic flux, so unless a rock manages to hit mid-air, you're in trouble. Sound barrier at least in place this time, but it puts Arya exactly where she wants to be. That's the overclock on the high ground. Blobfish coming in with a little bit of a friendly assist. Gravitic flux to seal the deal, and Fable, as sloppy as this attack has been, they're squeaking by each checkpoint to keep themselves alive.
That did feel like a pretty fast Streets phase for Fable, but like, look at the time bank. Even making up for all that lost time, they're still at a huge deficit where they're gonna have maybe a minute if they're lucky, if they do manage to finish this at all. It's still not a guarantee, especially if they lose this fight right now. Arya nearly gives it up right there. 10 HP was all that stood between Fable and potential disaster there. If Vanquish Royals get the chance to set up, it very well could be over. This Bob from Maple is gonna help them do just that.
Bob will be held on to for quite some time. Maple doesn't want to use it until the opportunity is right. You want to slow down the time because even if you get Fable down under a minute or to overtime, I mean, that is going to be huge for them. So waiting for that moment to strike, but a beautiful accretion stops the Bob from getting further. Everyone else is caught up in a blizzard. Immortality yeeted in from downtown. Not enough to save Blobfish, unfortunately for them, but the counter blizzard from the other side allows Vanquish Royals a little bit of stability. If Arya wasn't as good as she is at this soldier, we mentioned that we wanted to see it before, so that's why I've been sitting on it for so long, waiting for that moment to pull it out, and she just looks absolutely amazing.
They lost Avery in that fight, so you can see all this cart progress, but it's gonna feel like just a few inches because they're gonna have to concede all of it right now. Back up, they're now under a minute. We're looking at that situation where it might just be in overtime, and that's an unwinnable situation if you're Fable. You have to come correct, and you don't have a whole lot to do it.
No, this is the fight that you have to win. Maybe sound barriers on both sides, and that's going to be big. Absolutely. Vanquish Royals, they have to pop theirs first just to save Blobfish, so usually the later sound barrier here is going to be the winner, but it doesn't matter if the Sigma takes a dive off of the foundry of King's Row, almost a second boom coming on in. This is absolutely insane for Fable right now. They have the opportunity there. It's another one. Finopi popping off on the losing on this roster. So incredibly well-rounded. They don't need one player to pop off. They can all do it themselves. CB, this game is going the distance.
Shout out to Finopi. I mean, that's two huge boops, and it's the two most tanky characters, literally the tank and Mei, that end up getting booped off the side there. Those boops don't happen. Fable does not complete with time in the bank. This is still winnable. Very difficult, and you know, they're at a huge time deficit compared to Vanquish Royals, but still winnable for Fable. And the only reason it's still winnable is because Finopi single-handedly took away Vanquish Royals' ability to contest the point. They really realistically only would have been left with Nif there on the Lucio, but I think Nif had died earlier in the fight and wasn't able to get back in time. Fable able to kind of walk it in, but I kind of felt more like they were hobbling it in, like they had just, you know, come out of a zombie apocalypse, crawling back with bite marks all over their legs, like, help, help. I've made it back to safety, but I'm gonna turn any moment now.
You couldn't have said that any better, honestly. I mean, Fable brought that in, beaten down, and broken. So now that they're once again on this attack, starting out with a lower time bank, yet don't have 4 minutes to get this point. You need to do it fast. You have one, maybe 2 options. The one thing that we do like, though, is that Arya will be starting on this Sojourn. There is not going to be a Symmetra, and that has worked out so much better for them as soon as that swap was made.
Something that I want to go ahead and call out here, though, if you look at the silhouettes right now where the Ashe is playing, Maple is playing on the low ground, and I feel like if you speed boost onto the Ashe there and at least force the coach gun back, you can take a lot of space, and that puts a lot of pressure onto Brainworms to hit a big wall to kind of stop that from happening. If they're able to do so. Speaking of Maywalls, though, a couple of dueling ones come out.
Wow, Lime's Maywalls have been stellar coming out on the Mei. You gotta love the flexibility, but you don't love when your Lucio player has a head randomly rolling around in King's Row. Vanquish Royals still have Maple sitting down. Don't sleep on her at all. Arya, yes, has a nice off angle to work with, but as long as Maple is alive, Fable, they're in a very tricky situation. Now Oak crawled up in the back end of King's Row. How is FinOP even gonna manage to meet up with them? You only have one support, and you gotta finish the point. There's 15 seconds remaining.
Avery nearly dying there. They have to try and put everything in to try and keep Avery alive. This is Fable's only chance. They're gonna have an Ant Matrix. They might just barely beat Annie Risu to the punch, but look at the Gravitic Flux charge. Blobfish is coming up ahead in that. It's gonna be very, very close, but there's a narrow window for Vanquish Royals to shut this one out.
They have the chance. I mean, Fable, this is all on them. Yes, the ultimate is there, and Oreo sitting behind the Ant Matrix is beautiful and getting out Mabel. You can't get enough bounty out of Vanquish Royals at this time, and they do have the faster Gravitic Flux at 3 up in the air, but it gets shut down. The Blizzard! No! Blobfish gets frozen out of the one thing that was going to end this push right here. Now Vanquish Royals, that is worst case scenario because you're going to have to stop this payload.
This is where it's all going to go Fable's way. They got to ride the wave, keep that momentum going. They have their own Gravitic Flux. They've managed to freeze Blobfish out of theirs, and now, with that off the table, Fable should be able to get at least one good, clean fight here. Brainworms is coming up on a Blizzard of their own, so we'll have to see if that ends up manifesting, if that pays off in any meaningful way. But, I mean, Avery has been snacking on those, like, Chipotle burritos left and right. Just a nice... a Blizzard for lunch, time and time again. Fable, they're gonna try and take a little bit of space, not get too greedy, wait for Vanquish Royals to fall into their trap, and it has now been sprung.
There it is, the sound barrier all out. Players separated and split. Now it's on to Arya to find the final blows, but in fact it is Blobfish who gets there first. Everyone else is for the second round, but Avery's the third time as ice cream for lunch. Ooh, one of the best things other than Chipotle, you got to say. Vanquish Royals right now. This is their chance to start to stabilize, but can they even do so? Fable have dumped so many resources into this fight alone, and no one has seen Arya. Has been hiding off in this small little nook and cranny of King's Row, and the staggering, it has to stop somewhere, CB.
I don't see it stopping anytime soon. I mean, Vanquish Royals, they've swapped Maple off of the Ashe over onto the Sojourn, so now we've got the Sojourn duel that Arya is getting the better of, and you need to have that Sojourn on the field for this power slide, for the quickness, to get back into the fight, get a good angle as quickly as you possibly can, but in terms of tools to use, Fable's got an Ant Matrix, you ain't got squat.
No, absolutely not. I mean, this just zones them out. This is forcing Fable. If they even decide to touch here, it's not going to be in a favorable position to do so at all. You'll see that both Anarisu and Blobfish, they're out here. They have no team to support them. The Staggers, this is what Fable wanted to happen. Split and dividing and conquering. It needs to go happen now. So that's if Avery can manage to stay alive. The Maywall has separated them out. Now it's the Ant Matrix and Anarisu that helps them push this down. Blobfish only getting the Flux out when the tail end. And this finally will be the time where Vanquish are up in players to shut down the push. Fable, we're making a fairy tale story of a run. The Blizzard even coming out.
Hello,
this one's not done just yet. Lime is still fighting the elimination. Surely she can't close this one out. No, we can breathe. We can fight. Everything is okay. Fable, they end the fairy tale run here, but for a minute, CB, this ain't too bad at all.
For a split second there, I was like, with the Blizzard and with Lime finding that kill, like maybe there was a chance for Avery to come back on the Doomfist, but they were far too far away to really keep that stagger alive. But that's, for only a minute on the clock, that's pretty respectable cart progress, and it is indeed a win condition for both Vanquish Royals and for Fable. There is no longer a chance of a draw here. We're either going to a map 3 or Fable are going to write their names down in the history books here, set themselves up, go 3-1 in Swiss, but I mean, Vanquish Royals, they haven't made it easy, and it's not going to be easy for Fable to try and keep this defense going. Realistically, all it takes is Annie Risu getting an Ant Matrix or Maple finding a pick, which is something that has happened as often as, you know, it happens like every time, it feels like every time you breathe, there's a chance that can happen. And Fable don't really get a chance to breathe themselves. They have to try, like, they have to play perfect. There's really no other way to say it. They have to play nearly perfect for almost 4 minutes.
Yeah. Vanquish Royals look like a completely different team from what we saw in Map 1 CB. And Fable, they're just now starting to realize that. Now seeing that you have to defend this for 4 minutes. This is completely winnable for Vanquish Royals right now. This is the opportunity that they wanted to have, and they might as well take it to a Map 3 with how it's been going. The momentum they have had is insane. Maple, though, has been quieter since we've seen the Arya swap. Countered out a little bit more, but now a different hero coming out, the Archer.
Yeah, Vanquish Royals really shaking things up in terms of the DPS picks. We haven't seen a whole lot of the Hanzo, but it makes sense. And oh my goodness, there goes Line. All right, that might already be it. Vanquish Royals, they can push in on this.
Yeah, Fable, they rely so much on Lime putting a Mei wall up to either save Avery or guarantee an elimination. Now you have neither of those. Avery dies, so Vanquish Royals, you're vibing out here. The Hanzo could switch to add that additional pressure. And of course, Anarisu, a third DPS. Oh, excuse me, I mean support out here. Absolutely insane for Vanquish Royals. I mean, this is looking better and better for them every moment.
I mean, okay, so Arya finds the pick up there onto Anarisu. I'm not sure where Arya's lurking currently, but she might be in a place where she can get a little bit of a contest, try and stagger things out, or if nothing else, buy Fable time. It doesn't look like she's gonna be able to. I think she just gets out. We'll have to find out where she ended up going, but if you're Fable right now, your entire hopes of winning this map is going to rest on this archway right here that you see before your very eyes. Who is going to be able to get the better of it? That puts a lot of pressure on the Maze to get some good walls, try and section off the enemy Sigmas, and the Sigmas and the supports to try and find a way to survive that onslaught. Maple, though, is going to just completely try and circumvent it with that off angle there. Keep taking that window, keep forcing Fable to look in a different direction.
Like, that's the thing, you run the Hanzo for this one pick potential. I mean, Maple sticking true to her name, chucking tree trunks down mid. And Vanquish Royals, yeah, you're looking for that to come off, but it's the Mayholes. You need to be scared of that. Snozlar has been ridiculous when it's come to it so far, and it has to commit the full ultimate. It doesn't even break the part of the wall that Blobfish is behind. I mean, this is what we're talking about from Fable right now. Line has looked far and above at the May.
Though. Okay, so that's an icicle. Yeah, that's not brain worms. That's a brain icicle to the dome there. Arya peeked out a little bit too long. That's a icicle through an ant matrix. And, you know, so we saw when Blobfish went down, Vanquish Royals backed up, but with Arya off the field and Blobfish back, they have to do no such thing.
Oh, man, this hurts. This hurts right now. Fable, they need to make something happen. Give me the Gravitic Flux from that side. Now it's Blobfish's turn, but no! It's canceled again, CB! Oh my gosh, Blobfish has not been finding anything with these Gravitic Flux, and that right there is going to allow Fable to stick in this fight. They're committing the Sound Barrier and the Blizzard. What am I watching right now? Fable, they've lost too many. They gotta regroup. You need to stop it now! But the Overclock on top of this, that's the fourth ultimate we're gonna see in this fight alone. And Arya, I'm sorry, but you need to back up.
I don't know about using that overclock. I also don't know about using that Blizzard for Brainworms. They had already lost Blobfish, and, you know, they wanted to press an advantage that they just didn't have, and now, you know, they have nothing. They have no more ults. They're getting a little bit of ground off of some of the picks that they got, but Fable is regrouping. They're going to be able to come back up and aggressively push into Blobfish with the Blizzard of their own, and Blobfish is not nearly as hungry as Avery.
No, not at all. And Blobfish just can't get this one done. Sectioned off, and somehow Finnepi gets Anarisu. That's bad. That's bad for Vanquish Royals. You don't have the main support, and you can see they're getting the heck out of that situation. But if you're stuck between a Maple and an Arya, last spot that you want to be. But at this point, you just need to reset. They're gonna have maybe one more chance to push all the way through the remainder of second point.
And a Blizzard would be really, really nice right about now if you're Brainworms. I would, you know, going back a couple fights, I would love to have that back right now, because we're looking at dueling Ant Matrixes and a very significant Gravitic Flux advantage for Fable. This is where Fable can really start to push it into overtime or just shut this one out completely. Ant Matrix of Anarisu comes out, but it's Maywalled off. Dueling one comes out from Z Panther, and Vanquish Royals, they just have to kite it.
Yeah, just play around the corner. Do not be risking that Maple! No! Bad Maple! Bad! That is going to hurt your team and even their chances of coming back in a third map. You gave that one to Arya for free. Avery's Gravitic Flux seals the deal back down onto their head, and as good as they looked, Vanquish Royals, they came back. They looked so gosh darn better on King's Row, but they can't close it out. Fable remain on top and will take their round of Swiss.
And they continue to give themselves an opportunity to write the next chapter of this fairy tale. I'm gonna keep pushing the Avery propaganda, and at the end, it's just a small thing from Avery that I think helps seal it. Holding that Gravitic Flux for as long as they did, really, really making Vanquish Royals sweat and buying every second as they ticked away, knowing the clock was Vanquish Royals' worst enemy at that point in time. that's just Sigma 101. That's key Sigma play. That's phenomenal stuff coming out. We'll have to see, who the MVP ends up being, the Chipotle MVP. But I have a feeling, and I am at least going to be lobbying for a certain someone. But had Vanquish Royals come out with the victory here, it would be Maple for me. I mean, Maple did everything that she possibly could have on that Ashe pick to try and buy Vanquish Royals back into this series, and it at times looked like more than enough, but it turns out at the midnight hour, it just wasn't.
No, I mean, if you're Maple right now, you put her in, you expect something different to happen. We haven't seen Maple, and you have to be optimistic, right? And clearly, they thought it was the right move, and yes, it was. Maple did God's work out there. She looked absolutely insane all the way through that attack, and Hope almost stopped Fable on this defense, but they couldn't keep it up. You switched Arya over to the Sojourn, and of course, Avery just doing Avery things, and there's only so much one player can do, and that's kind of what we want to look at is Maple, they're just such a well-rounded roster. Every single player knows what they can do and how to pull their own weight. And that's not to say we don't see the same thing for Vanquish Royal. There's just a different level of synergy from Fable that they're able to pull out and just assert their dominance on certain points of this series and this map. As close and exciting as King's Road was, we will not get that third map today.
And you know what else Fable have shown us today? I mean, they've shown us synergy, they've shown us skill across the board, their tanking ability, Snozzler and Arya both being phenomenal DPS players, but they've also shown us as a collective the ability to adapt under pressure. I can't think of anything, more pressuring than an overtime scenario where the enemy team has nearly 4 times as much time in the bank to make something happen. And they're able to keep calm under that situation, find the picks they need to, force the mistakes out of Vanquish Royals that they need to, and cause Vanquish Royals to essentially blow their entire lead where they just don't have anything left in the tank. There's no ultimates. They no longer have an advantage. They can't force positioning. They're having to play through that archway, which is a very, very lethal choke point on King's Row, potentially the most dangerous. Not one of the most dangerous in the game, but definitely an underrated one that people do need to start to respect and that they do need to, start to think about a little bit more when they pick this map.
And hey, there's only so many in the map pool that we have to look forward to. And I'm very glad that we got this King's Row today. We got to see this true strength that Vanquish Royals can and putting themselves up against as good of a team as Fable. But we are not done with this series just yet. We still have an interview and the match MVP for this game to come up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. We just came off the tail end of Fable versus Vanquish Royals, and it was a 2-0 in favor of Fable, but when you watch Kings Row back, it really didn't feel like it. It definitely felt like that was a lot closer than it had any right to be. We are back with the Chipotle Real Talk interview coming up here. We've got Avery on the horn here. Uh, But first, let's talk about the Chipotle MVP. And, we talked a lot about on the side of Vanquish Royals, Maple and what she was doing and how much of a threat she was. Well, part of being calm under pressure is being able to
Yep.
win out those duels. And Arya on the Sojourn did just that.
Yeah, Arya was incredible. Whether it was on the May or the Sojourn, most notably on King's Row, things were looking dire when we saw Fable. And you know what caused it? It was Arya making the correct swap over to the Sojourn, countering out Maple, forcing her onto mirroring a Sojourn, and it just didn't look nearly as good because Arya always has this hero in her back pocket ready to pull out, and she chose just the right moment to go ahead and do that. So congratulations to her for being our Chipotle match MVP for today. And we get to go and take a bit of a journey back because not only was she on the Sojourn CD, but the incredible work she did on the May as well.
I mean, also, I was looking at that stats card and I was looking at only 5 deaths, which, for as bloody of a game as Kings Row was, to only die 5 times, like, that's pretty insane. A lot of these other players were having, a lot more, like 8, 9, 10 deaths. Like, it's really, really hard to not only stay that calm under pressure, but stay alive under that much pressure. And that is what makes you the Chipotle MVP, Arya. Congratulations. But we got a teammate of yours to talk about. Hey, side note, yesterday for Fable's game, Avery was the MVP, and I believe we interviewed Arya. This time, the roles are reversed. Arya's the MVP, and we've got an interview with Avery. Avery, how are you doing today? Congratulations on the win.
Hi, how's it going?
Going quite well. I want to go ahead and start off by asking you, we're mutuals on Twitter. We see each other interacting from time to time. One thing that I can definitely attest to with you specifically is that you're a very hungry player. You seem very, very eager to prove yourself. So if you could go ahead and kick things off by letting us know, what is it exactly that you want to prove to everybody?
It's a lot of, I want to prove myself to everybody, but I also want to prove myself, to myself. I want to just show that I am always working to be the best player I can be, and that I'm not even there yet. And I just want, people to start putting some respect on my name. And yeah, that's about it.
And hey,
I intend to make sure that happens. I'm leading the Avery propaganda train right now.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
If you ever get the chance to watch this back later, after you're done with your games today, you'll know that how much we respect you as a player and how much that you do deserve to be talked about. Your Sigma was a major part of Fable's journey within this series and a big reason why you guys are currently sitting at 3-1 as you're getting ready to move on to your other games today. I want to talk a little bit more game specific with you being kind of on this Sigma role. How much has that really affected you, like your position within the team? What's kind of your main job there?
Yeah, so I obviously Sigma is my best hero. It's what I'm most experienced on. So we had the option to pivot and play a lot of different comps, but we just kind of landed on playing Sig mostly just because that is my comfort, and I think the team is pretty comfortable with it too. Um, I don't know. As Sigma in these comps, you're kind of just the punching bag for a lot of it. You're just taking space. You're trying to take all the resources for your teammates so your teammates can be set up for success. And that's kind of a style I like because I trust my teammates. Obviously, I've been playing with Amelia and Panther for a long time now, and then obviously Limey and Kara are both great. So I just want to be able to set them up because I know they're going to be able to succeed. And if I do my job, then they're going to get the kills. So.
Yeah, be in the punching bag. That's tanking, baby. That's tanking 101. You get to be a punching bag.
You just spoke for every single tank player in the entire world right there. And hey, we appreciate it. But I do want to talk a little bit more about the event as a whole. Of course, we've seen you participating in every single one of our Calling All Heroes events previously, and you've looked absolutely outstanding. But I kind of want to talk and hear from you about what kind of the whole idea of Calling All Heroes and having this competition, what that means to you.
Calling All Heroes for me is just like a super great space and community. Ever since the start of the year when I started competing in Calling All Heroes, I've met so many great people, and it's just been a really friendly environment, and everyone At least almost everyone. Obviously, there's a little bit of rivalry, but you want to build each other up, and everyone's like got each other's back. So I've just really appreciated the community, and it's been unlike anything that I've experienced before in competitive gaming.
Would love to hear. I mean, it does very much so feel like a community here. Well, we're coming up towards the end of the Chipotle Real Talk interview, so I've got a personal question if you're ready for it. Are you ready?
Go for
That
it.
wasn't the question. That was just me checking before I asked. All right, we're going to get personal here. What is your Chipotle order?
I usually go for like a barbacoa burrito. Um,
Ooh.
I don't know,
Okay.
some sour cream, cheese, lettuce, black beans, white rice. It's all good.
Okay. Barbacoa is a pretty good shout, actually. I was expecting like carne asada because I think steak is like the go-to for a lot of us meat eaters out there, but
I
barbacoa
mean,
is
you
a
can't
pretty
go
good
wrong with
shout.
any
Very
of them.
interesting.
But yeah, I'm a big barbacoa
Isn't that
fan.
right? Yeah, great for this. You can't go wrong with any of the toppings. Any meat, any
Exactly.
protein, or no protein. You can go for all veg and it'd still be delicious. But that's gonna be it for the Chipotle Real Talk interview. Thank you very much for joining us, Avery. Congrats on another win, and we look forward to seeing a little bit more of you in the tournament going forward from here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, barbacoa. I'm gonna have to try that next time. I don't know if I've had barbacoa
I don't
at
think I have
Chipotle.
either.
I usually go for chicken personally. That's my
Yeah.
go-to. But we'll have more opportunities to talk about that. Spoiler alert: I'm going to ask literally everybody that
Oh,
we
yeah.
interview that question. If as long as they're from a place where there's a Chipotle. I don't want to. If we interview like a player that just so happens to be in like an EU country where Chipotle may or may not exist, I don't want to put them on the spot and be like, quickly
must
Google the
answer.
menu, anything like that. But those of us, we know and we love it, and we're here to try and await those burrito codes. But any other thoughts that you have on map one, or are you just looking on to our match two?
Oh, I'm always looking on. I mean, this series might as well have been 3 maps with that King's Row coming into play. It was long, it was grueling, and it was beautiful to be able to watch. Fable, yes, they will be moving on to a greater record, 3-1. For now, Vanquish Royals, yeah, they're still going to be in it, and so are the several other teams that are within our composition. CB, we have so much more to look forward to today.
We do, and we're going to have all of that to look forward to and more at the other side of this break. We're going to take a quick break while we finish up the Swiss rounds, get our next match cooking in the kitchen for you, and we'll have a nice, hot, fresh dish for you guys all to enjoy at the other end of this one. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. welcome back everybody to Calling All Heroes. It is Radiant Heroes Major 3. My name is CB. I am joined again by the lovely Tiny Shiny in chat. We just witnessed a pretty fireworks display of a match, and while that fireworks display between Fable and Vanquish Royals was going off, a tactical nuke was dropped elsewhere in the standings bracket. I think I want to take a look at that really quick because something happened, chat, off stream that has not happened in 29 maps. I told Dor yesterday, I fed him the line that it was 26 and then 27 if they beat VT Blue, but it was a 29 map win streak for Timeless Ethereal that has been snapped clean in half by Michael Wave.
Wow. All you can say right there is, wow. You are looking at Timeless Ethereal to be the team to come out on top. How many events have they won in a row? The past 3, if I'm not mistaken? I mean, they are absolutely ridiculous when it comes to these Calling All Heroes events, and the fact that they are on the brink of going undefeated to be snapped by Michael Wave 2-0, nonetheless. That is absolutely insane. And you know what, CB? This feeds us perfectly into our next matchup. Team 1, Team 2, you're seeing them, the top of the standings.
And we've got NYXL Embers versus Michael Wave. That is going to be our next matchup of the day. Like you said, numbers 1 and numbers 2, both currently undefeated in this Swiss bracket, but only one of them can continue that undefeated streak and start forging one of their own. We'll see if they're able to build up one that stacks up against the one that Timeless Ethereal is going to be picking up the pieces of from here on out. This changes a lot of the narratives and a lot of the stories surrounding this tournament. You know, last minor, it was, okay, who can even take a map off of Timeless? Yeah. Now it's, okay, who's the new top dog going to be? Is it going to be that polite little fellow you see on your right? Or is NYXL Embers going to light this whole damn tournament on fire?
They've been lighting it on fire the whole time, and that's the thing, right? Both of these squads are up for contention for the championships. The fact that they're facing off here in the Swiss stage, only one is going to come out of this with an undefeated record. That is physically impossible for both of them to remain at no losses from this point on, and granted, both of them are pretty comfortable, at least you have to say when qualifying for the playoffs, but getting a higher seed here, CB, that's all that it's about.
100%. Speaking of comfort, this is going to bring up a lot of things about the meta, and Michael Wave's composition that they like to play likes to make the enemy team feel very, very uncomfortable. We've got Death, we've got Zoe, we have Mari, who has been a bit of a standout amongst the tanks in this in this whole tournament, because Mari is leading the charge as far as the Doomfist composition goes. That's what Michael Wave has done best. We saw them yesterday besting Drainers, utilizing that composition. And my pet theory is that it plays very, very well into the Sigma composition, something that Timeless Ethereal has been one of the best at. And if it's played well, it can just run right over a Sigma composition, which is exactly what apparently happened off broadcast, because that was a 2-0 in favor of Michael Wave. And if they keep this momentum up, somebody's going to have to find a way to either stop this Doomfist composition or match it.
And that's the thing, right, is they've already taken down one of the top dogs. They're one step away from becoming that top dog themselves, the alpha of the pack, and they might as well be at the rate that they're going. This is going to be one of those few matches that we will see conflicting compositions, at least from what we've seen previously. So now you're looking at Mari, Zoe, Death, and of course the supports to synergize themselves well enough to go against the well-oiled machine that has been NYXL Wisp Embers.
I don't want to call you out, but you said you were going to say Mari Zoe, but you said Mari Zari, and I thought that was kind of funny.
I appreciate you found my misspeaking funny, CB. This is why we work great together.
I just like baby speak. It's like a way to jingle keys in front of me like a toddler. It's hilarious. But anyway, something not hilarious at all is how serious NYXL Embers have been in this whole tournament thus far. We haven't seen them on broadcast, but they have been undefeated, and they're forging a legacy all their own. You know, now associated with NYXL. Last tournament, most of these pieces that you see here were part of the Valiant Guardians, one of the top teams, in fact, the runner-up, but they've added a couple of very, very interesting pieces in that back line. I'm looking at Aniyun and Poryu, specifically Aniyun. They said to Timeless, they're like, you got some Overwatch League caliber talent. We want a piece of that.
Oh, yeah.
Let's pick up one of the best marginalized gender flex supports to ever touch the game.
Yeah, I mean, Anian has proven herself when she was in Overwatch League 2, and the fact that she can now come back to participate in Calling All Heroes, rounded out with Moving 10, who is right up there with Avery when it comes to this Sigma. I mean, that has got to feel pretty darn good to have this roster that you're walking in with. And, you know, as you get ready to start off this series, that is going to be the big question that we pose today. We know that Mari's going to run the Doomfist. We don't doubt that. Moving Fish, though, has a little bit more options. We have seen them veer that direction in the past, but the Sigma has just been their comfort zone, and it's really going to come down to, are they going to be forced out of that to play something that maybe isn't just as well practiced?
Once upon a time, Moving Fish playing for Redbirds Esports was known as that Sigma player that would frequently come out on Circuit Royale. Like, that's kind of what it was for Contenders and even Overwatch League for a very long time, is where you have this whole team with like 2 tanks. You'd have your main tank player who's usually going to play the Winston, but when we go to Circuit Royale, you always want to have a Sigma, because Sigma, that was just where he lived up until he became the meta now. So you have all these players like Moving Fish, like Sniper, who have once upon a time been that one trick, that are now they are the tip of the spear now. In fact, they are the whole damn spear, as it often feels like. But you know, it's a great time for a player like Moving Fish to show either some flexibility or show the value in that Sigma pick, and I think they are going to be able to do just that. But we talked about comfort earlier. It's not going to be comfortable. It's not going to be particularly easy. But speaking of comfort, I think, chat, it's time for you guys all to get comfortable. And what could be more comfortable than snuggling up with a nice Chipotle burrito, which you can claim right now, because we got 2,000 free Chipotle burritos and bowls that you can claim right now by texting the number on your screen right now. Go get yourself a burrito, and you're going to want to get it fast, because I don't think you're going to want to tear your eyes away from the screen here for this one.
Oh, not at all. Keep an eye on this match, but also, of course, get your burritos. Nothing better than sitting back watching some good old Overwatch and munching on a Chipotle burrito. None the while. I would know. This is one of my favorite things to do when it comes to games just like this, so hope you guys can enjoy that same experience. And I can't say that the players are necessarily going to enjoy this match. It's gonna be sweaty, CB, and that might as well be an understatement. These squads, they know how important it is to come out on top and how much influence that this match is going to have on the remainder of Calling All Heroes Major 3.
And, you know, I think, you know, we've had the map fly over while we're talking about Chipotle burritos and how delicious they are, how much we love Chipotle burritos, which isn't a lie. Like, real talk, like, whenever I go to the gym, like, I would go and get, like, a double meat chicken Chipotle burrito bowl. That was, like, my go-to post-gym meal. Try and, you know, get that protein up. Let's talk a little bit about the map now here. We're going to Busan, and, you know, it was either this Samoa or Antarctic Peninsula, but of the 3, I think Busan, especially downtown and Mecha Base, are going to play very, very well into the Doomfist composition, if that's what Microwave is going to stick to.
Yeah, I mean, this map in particular, it's very interesting with how it's going to play. As you mentioned, downtown, great for a Doomfist comp, but then you look at other areas like Mecha Base and even Sanctuary. That can go either way, and this map is going to set the pace. It's going to set the tone for this series. Moving Fish, yes, can be flexible if they so choose to do, but we know that the Sigma is their comfort and how the rest of the team likes to play along. You have 2 star-level squads ready to duke it out here, and I genuinely am looking forward to seeing what they're going to pull out, just because of the options that they have and understanding the caliber of the opponent.
Speaking of flexibility, by the way, I think we need to talk a little bit more about Mari, who is, again, like we said, leading the charge on this Doomfist composition. She has been shown to be quite a flexible player in her own right, a very flexible tank player, kind of a someone, so to speak, in Calling All Heroes. Because, you know, again, in the previous tournament where there wasn't a whole lot of Doomfist being played, there wasn't a whole lot of variation. It was go Sigma or go home. Mari was another one of those top Sigma players that we kept seeing, and in the past we've even known her to be a very, very strong Junker Queen. It feels like every tournament she's coming out here with a new tank that she is one of, if not the best at. This time around, it's the Doomfist. The answer is, can anyone either shut her down or keep up?
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be his pace setting. Mari is the one that is in charge of this game, and YXL Embers, if you're running the Sigma as the health pools so tell me right now, then you are going to be needing to shut it down.
That doesn't look like Sigma, actually. Good try. Good try.
It had, in my defense, there were shield health in that. You know, CB, get down with me here. Doomfist, the shield health.
I don't know if I agree. Well, look, I saw the patch notes that they put out with like Doomfist new change. Have you seen the change they're making to? I about had a panic attack as a support player when I saw that. I was like, no shot. Anyway, speaking of panic attacks, hey, both of the backlines are about to have one. We're actually going to get a Doomfist mirror here, which from NYXL Embers is a little bit unexpected. This is going to put a lot. Never mind. I was about to say this is going to put a lot of pressure on either Brig, but I guess most of the pressure is currently on Zoe, who didn't see X10 there with that Widowmaker having this high ground, and yeah. NYXL Embers with one shot pretty much just sealed first point for themselves.
I was gonna say, CB, anytime you see X10, you know by this point that as soon as X10 picks up the Widowmaker, someone's losing the head, and in that scenario, it was Michael Wave. They're gonna roll back to the point. The one thing you don't have much point contest. These fights, more often than not, are gonna be happening on the outskirts.
And that's where X10 is going to be lurking as well. We'll see if anybody is able to put any pressure onto that Widowmaker, but it seems right now that Michael Wave are the ones who are feeling the most pressure. They're just locked up in this movie theater area, but they take down Annie, and that is massive. Yeah, that's what you're talking about, right? Is that you're looking for these supports, and if X10 and Moving Fish take the later game here, that's all it is. Scarlet and Heat all where the fact that Poryu managed to stay alive, that is the biggest thing that NYXL Embers had to work off of. This comp not easy to synergize. That was actually a razor-thin margin for NYXL Embers to win that. If you have this Doom with the Brig and the Ana, as long as the Doom keeps LOS of the Ana, he theoretically should never die. Taking out Anyun that early for Michael Wave was huge, but while it was all happening, there was that big degree of separation. You had Moving Fish, and I believe Chisato also just sitting in the way where Keith and Scarlet couldn't really help Mari out, and they ended up getting pressured down. And now Michael Wave, they're trying to find a way in.
Mari's down first of all the players. The Doomfist is the most escapable. You saw how much focus was put down onto her, and NYXL Embers, they know that's the win condition. As soon as the tank's out of the way, they're less worried for their backline, so players like Chisato just dash, slice, and dice going on in. Does get booped back for a little while, but I mean, the stagger here from Michael Wave is absolutely brutal. They gotta change something up, and they do! To the good old Winston Overwatch.
Yeah, Winston is making a comeback here. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of Winston coming into the forefront to try and counteract some of these Doomfist compositions, but I think it's very telling that this early into the match, Michael Wave, on their signature Doomfist composition, already don't feel comfortable enough playing against NYXL Embers on the mirror match. NYXL Embers, they're just keeping Michael Wave at bay. They can't find any sort of way in. With the sights coming out from X10, Michael Wave, whatever move they want to make, it's going to be well scouted. They're going to open up with a nano onto Mari, but there's a blade on the other side.
Oh, yeah. Check your flanks, everybody, because Chisato is slicing it down to size. Regardless of the nano that went in, you just leave the supports high and dry. Let Mari be distracted by them. That's the rest of the team down, and I can't believe I'm saying this, CB, but NYXL Embers, they made that look like a breeze.
It didn't even feel like a fight. It didn't even feel like a match. It kind of felt like, Michael Wave were asleep at the wheel the whole time, and NYXL Embers, they just drove the bus the whole time. They never once felt like they were not in the driver's seat. There was that one moment where, they lose Anyun, but they're able to, zone out Mari, prevent those supports from getting any sort of value, prevent anything from happening, any follow-up from that pick coming out from Michael Wave, continuously zoning out Heath and Scarlet to the point where, they just can't sustain a Doomfist anymore. And they've made the swap over onto the Winston, which it looks like they're going to stick with as we move on to Sanctuary here. This is kind of worrying already for Michael Wave.
Winston just is in a weird spot right now. The guy might as well be a balloon because of how much the monkey just pops it, right? I mean, there's so much pressure out of range. Sure, you can put pressure onto X10 and onto Poryu, but look where the Brig is right now! X10 literally has a shield from a support to be able to work with.
It's going to make it all the harder to try and keep her in check, but there's not really anybody on the side of Michael Wave that's going to do just that. Death might risk it if they're able to get themselves that charged rail shot, but even that's not necessarily a guarantee, whereas X10 can just continue to be a threat, continue to zone people out, just with the threat of that headshot. It's got to be Zoe getting close, and Death on the flank.
Yeah, Death went way out there. Nobody really expected see the Sojourn out of that point, and that's the pressure that you need to keep applying to X10. And Michael Wave, they've learned that. They're making the adjustments to their composition, and so far, it's looked really good. Can they get more eliminations and staggers off of it? Moving Fish is the only one that's really out there, but they're finding it out.
I mean, that was pretty dangerous for Moving Fish. They're able to keep the cooldowns alive, but being on the other side of that barrier does effectively zone you out from your supports, and Death gonna go ahead and zone X10 support from their shoulders. Chisato, though, with a 2K.
Chisato kept getting away from this. If you saw that stat card at the beginning of the match, 15 eliminations, 0 deaths. Chisato is the highlight player for this team. I'm sorry, I just cursed you, Chisato. R.I.P. Keith said, no, that's enough of the Genji in our backline. At least Moving Fish has got you covered. The revenge flow coming on in. NYXL Embers are able to regroup regardless of their Genji or not. They're looking to get themselves some percentage here on to Sanctuary, but they're still struggling to deal with death from above, quite literally.
I mean, death not just from above, we're surrounded by death. It's a nice a dance of death going on all around, but it is finally NYXL Embers that keep enough bodies on the point and zone enough out from Michael Wave to finally find the flip at 48%. They've got a nano and a rally. This is looking pretty good. If they open with a nano here, they might actually just wait for Chisato to get that blade going with a nano blade and force Michael Wave to try and adapt. They're not going to have anything too defensive of their own. Actually, no, they're going to pop onto Moving Fish, and yeah, beautiful. That works out.
Yeah, Moving Fish goes in. Yeah, slam a couple people down into the ground. I'm sorry, Pancakes. I like burritos a little bit better, especially if you're Michael Wave right now. They do manage to get Chisato off the back of it. This fight, of course, being dive will be a bit scrappier, but being down just these small members, looking at the resources that Michael Wave have to work with, there's plenty of reason for them to continue on pushing up. They'll get the capture essentially for free just by the sheer force of the rally.
That's a great play from Scarlet to pop that rally to keep everybody alive, but also to get that whip shot to kill Chisato before they're able to use the blade and to zone away Moving Fish from the point here. The nano going out onto Zoe, but they're not really doing a whole lot with it. Our Michael Wave, it looks like they're mostly just trying to zone NYXL Embers out. Great deflect though.
No way, Chisato doesn't get the elimination. The healing is there. Death should have been death themselves. And now that they're okay to go out of this, Chisato has to dash on out. And now the overclock coming into play. And as good as NYXL looked right in that moment, they gotta regroup, and it's gonna be one final fight, and they're not gonna have X10.
I mean, they are going to have that nano blade composition if they're able to keep themselves alive in the fight here. They're going to go ahead and pop the blade. There's no nano to speak of, though. It's entirely naked.
It's just Chisato can't do anything with it either. You don't have the damage, you don't have the support, so you're getting in and out, but who needs that if your supports themselves are the one getting the eliminations? And Chisato is fine to work without a blade. We've seen them do it time and time again. Overtime now, X10 back on the high ground. Overclock even being popped may argue the necessity of that one, but you know what? You pop two heads. All right, move on.
Yeah, it is kind of a desperation overclock that you need to kind of close out that fight there, but now you're only going to have the nano boost to try and stop the onslaught from Michael Wave. They're about to have a blade of their own. It's going to be a naked one. It's going to be a nano versus a dragon blade. I mean, two ults that you would like to see on the same side of the field, but they're on opposing sides. Who is going to get the better of this exchange? If it's Michael Wave, we go to point 3.
Yeah, Michael Wave right now, they do have that blade in tow, but that Moving Fish nano boost coming in once again. That's Keith down on it. Though Leonas are traded out. The sleep coming in, and I mean, Zoe doesn't get anything. It's still relatively it. The tank's the only ones really saying anything, at least within the kill feed right now. Moving Fish versus Amari, the battle of the decade, and right now it's Moving Fish coming in to save the backline as much as they possibly can, but they know that they're down. All of their friends are currently dead. You need to get yourself back on the objective. So as long as you can, and just keep punching Scarlet out into oblivion, but the problem is there's nobody to keep her Winston safe. Nice boop to keep him off the backline, but the sustain is there. The sustain is there. The Winston has been working wonders as soon as Mari went ahead and picked up the good old gorilla. And who needs to dive if you have a Brigitte marching into the backline, stunned out of it, and Chisato and X10, they're making it happen. The Michael Wave, they got too aggressive, and they're being punished hard for it. Seeming they had the opportunity to close it out, but they just flip and tumble at the final second.
That was almost a great play from Michael Wave there. The anti-nade went out onto Moving Fish, and Mari used the Winston bubble to zone out the exact area that the supports should have been to try and keep Moving Fish alive once that anti wore off. But I mean, there wasn't enough follow-up damage to get that Doomfist taken care of. He's able to sustain. Moving Fish stays alive. They're able to recollect themselves, get the better of the trades, and Michael Wave, to try and overcompensate, goes super, super aggressive, which now they have to if they want to stay alive at all. 99 to 99.
The Dragon Blade! The blade at the last moment. Chisato, you know it. You have to expect it from this player, but it's death on the point. Even trades out so far, but the support's unavailable for NYXL Embers. Only a nanoed Sojourn to keep them up, and if it's X10, it's always, always winnable. As long as they're still alive, have to make a last-second effort, though, to get onto that objective. Doesn't have any other support. Now, CB, this is the match that we expected to see.
Yeah, this is a lot closer than downtown. This is the point that you're looking at, and you're like, this is what I expect from the top two dogs, number 1 and number 2 in the Swiss standings right now. And it's going back and forth, seemingly based on which DPS is able to get the better picks. We're constantly calling out X10 or Chisato's blades, but when you blink and you miss it, Death is just taken down 2, and suddenly you don't have any legs to stand on anymore. Your composition crumbles because Death just crept in, knocking on your back door.
Quite literally in that situation. And Michael Wave right now, and that's gotta feel good. The Winston, yes, it worked out, but welcome to the oddball of all of our maps of Busan. Mecha Base. This is much more close quarters, and you're gonna see swamps.
This is what I expected to see. We got the Sigma composition coming up for NYXL Embers and Michael Wave riding that new wave that is the Doomfist composition. This is where we're gonna actually get the raw data. Which composition is better? Which team is better at their signature composition? And Death gonna linger a little bit too long. That's a great Maywall.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful! Even more from X10 on this cross angle entirely. Banking the entire side of the map. That was a little overzealous. I'm gonna give you that, but hey, you know what? You got 2. Can you really be too mad at X10 for what they've accomplished getting the first half?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you definitely can't be upset about that one. If you're Death, you're probably a little bit upset about not being able to get out alive. There was a lot of follow-up damage, and I mean, wasn't able to get to the heals in time, and that's just one pick that ends up sealing the deal. That's how this composition plays out. You find a Maywall, you get the pick that comes from it, and then you just collapse on top of the enemy team, and it works out wonders for NYXL Embers. But now Michael Wave, they want to take the brawl right to NYXL Embers' front door.
But the Maywall again from Chisato. That's 2 players zoned out and an elimination secured. You could argue that Scarlet a much more valuable in elimination now than Chisato if Moving Fish lived. Moving Fish did not live. And NYXL Embers, you're gone. Michael Wave has all the speed in the world to be able to work off those and take you down.
Yeah, I mean, losing a support definitely sucks, but in this kind of composition, losing your tank sucks all the more because that Sigma Rock, that's the only real crowd control you have to try and keep the Doomfist in check, that accretion. And if that's not even a factor, if that's not on the field, Mari can just run rampant across this entire map, does just that, gets the cleanup, and Michael Wave do find the flip. And not a whole lot of ults coming up on the board except for Aniyun's Amp Matrix. We'll have to see how they decide to use that, but they might want to take a mulligan on that one. Maybe wait a little bit longer. Zoe with a nice deflect kill onto Chisato. NYXL Embers, they're not going to be looking for any way in just yet.
No, you're gonna wait and just hold off. You have the App Matrix, like you previously mentioned, CB, and they're gonna regroup, push off towards the far side, more towards the cliff of Mecha Base. And while this is great, I see a Nanoblade just like that. Yep. There's a Nanoblade, the Meteor Strike, and the Overclock. What? There's so many things that can go wrong. So many things for NYXL Embers, but getting the Dragon Blade through an App Matrix. All right, rock for breakfast. RIP Zoe. Michael Wave now. They still have plenty of resources to work off of, but do they decide to commit them being down a player? I would, and Mari is all here for it. Looking for the back tease, but the stop the counterplay is insane, forcing out the Meteor Strike with that one. It's gonna be painful. X10 goes down, and with Mari knocking them all out, there is no escape but the utter fear of death.
So, I mean, a couple things to break down there. One, that early deflect kill onto Chisato buys Michael Wave enough time to build for the Nanoblade combo. They don't actually get to use it because Chisato has a nice wall to zone out the supports, so they don't actually get LOS of Zoe when she goes to try and pop the blade. That means they get to keep the Nano, use it on Mari, and Mari just goes wild with it. Now NYXL Embers, though, they have a significant ultimate advantage, and they are going to leverage it to try and buy back some of this space.
They have to leverage it. This is going to be last fight. As much as you like to conserve your resources, well, if you don't do it now, then game is over. You lose the map. Both overclocks have been popped, neither coming to too much value. In fact, Death loses their life in that course. No! The rock! The rock that had taken out Mari! The one whip that could turn the tables potentially of this fight. NYXL Embers, you better come out of it now. If you use the Blizzard in general, yes, you get the point capture over, but it was not pretty.
Scarlet used the rally there, though. I don't think I like that. I mean, it's great that NYXL Embers, it's great for Michael Wave that NYXL Embers leveraged nearly their entire ult bank, but they're managed to hold on to the Gravitic Flux. And Michael Wave, you definitely would have liked to have a rally to try and stave off whatever pressure NYXL Embers have. You are running out of time as we're going to start matching up on these percentages. 60% and counting. After this next fight, it should be an even 99-99. You need anything that you possibly can to swing this in your favor. And all you really have is a Meteor Strike. You need so much more.
Yeah, it's got to be some stellar play from Mari to set up either Death or Zoe or a shot, maybe a Violent thrown in there, but it's not going to be anything too flashy. But for NYXL versus complete total opposite at Matrix on to Keith. That's no Ana. You don't have the sustain to necessarily pull this one out. Plus the early Meteor Strike here. Michael Wave, they'll have one more chance to regroup.
Yeah, that might just be it. Michael Wave might not have any way in here. There's a Gravitic Flux. Mario was forced to use the Gravitic Flux just to stay alive, to not keep the stagger going further. The only hope Michael Wave has is if they can stagger long enough to build up to a Dragon Blade, or sorry, a Nano Blade.
Yeah.
That has to be it. But the Gravitic Flux is going to shut that down if Moving Fish has anything to say
yes,
about it.
Right onto the Genji as well. Zoe and Keith, both the Nano Blade elements are out of the equation. And YXL Embers, they knew what was coming. They read the playbook and they had it back in control of the objective. Death, one of the last people still alive. Everyone else low in health right now, and it's done. Michael Wave, they made a valiant effort, but in the end, the fire continues to burn as NYXL take map 1.
I mean, Mari was trying to find the flip on the point there. I think she could have tried to go for a punch to stun Moving Fish out of that Gravitic Flux. It caught the Dragon Blade, gave no value out of it. Keith died before they were able to build up to the Nano, so they couldn't even save the Genji and use the Nano boost defensively there. So it just kind of all goes wrong for Michael Wave. They had to spin too many plates, try and flip the point and keep overtime alive, try and keep themselves alive so they had any hope of trying to turn the fight in their favor. It just wasn't in the cards. There was just too much thrown at them at one point in time, and it goes back that fight there where Keith dies and Mari had the Meteor Strike forced out. She definitely would have liked to hold on to that. And even the fight before that where Scarlet used the rally, and I really don't know if she needed to there. I didn't see what forced that or what caused that, but any of those ultimates would have given them some ability to, if nothing else, keep that Dragon Blade alive and give them some sort of stopping power that could have helped them punch through.
Yeah. I mean, it really does come back to those minuscule things, like you mentioned, CB. Some of the smaller ultimate usage. We don't doubt these guys' ability to play as a team. They're so good at synergizing, regardless if it's Doomfist, Winston, Ziggo, whatever the heck you may be doing. They understand where each other will be positioned and how to play off that. But once you actually get there, it's the matter of the execution. Ultimate management has been better. Wisp Embers, for the most part, they've been doing it, particularly on Mecha Base, and it came back to bite them in the butt later on. When Mari and Scarlet both had opportunities in that previous map, but you can't acknowledge it comes down to those two instances. Other than that, were there really any flaring red flags under that initial map of downtown?
I mean, they're definitely going to be kicking themselves for giving up downtown so quietly over to NYXL Embers. I think if Michael Wave had put up more of a fight on that one, potentially even managed to win out that point, they wouldn't be feeling quite so like, they were this close to taking it. Like, you had to do a little bit more on that map. You can't give that one up so easily and have the other two be so narrow, so razor thin on the margins where you come out ahead on Sanctuary but can't quite do it because of a couple of those errors that were forced on Mecha Base. You put yourself in a position where those few errors are what ends up costing you the entire map. But realistically, they didn't even need to be there if they had just played better on downtown.
And that's the hard part. As much as we would like to say, downtown didn't happen. If you were with Michael Wave, I would like to say that. But yeah, guess what? It did happen. Y'all got swept 100-0. Not even close. We saw maybe 2 full fights out of that whole time. Otherwise, it was just Moving Fish and the Embers pushing them back into the spawns. It wasn't close. And honestly, I expected that game to end in Sanctuary. The fact that Michael Wave made it as close as it did makes you think, all right, we're going to write that off as more of a warm-up map, getting used to what NYXL Embers are doing, so you can bring that in to King's Row.
And King's Row, like we mentioned, a very prominent Sigma matchup, but we did see that flexibility coming out from Moving Fish and from NYXL Embers, and that might be why they are, among the top dogs right now. Maybe the Doomfist composition is really, really, really strong, but NYXL Embers, they can play that one too. We could see the dive brawl or the dive mirror again on King's Row. We might see NYXL Embers fall back onto Old Reliable, that Sigma rush. I feel like we're definitely going to keep seeing dive coming out of Michael Wave. That's what they've practiced. That's what I feel that they're best at. I've also, done a little bit of sleuthing, been a bit of an underground detective there, looking through all the scrim VODs, all the scrim codes I could. I've seen some other looks coming out from Michael Wave, but nothing has stuck to the degree that the Doomfist composition has. And, you have to be able to get the better of the enemy team with that.
And that's what you're playing for, is having that speed, that mobility to just disrupt them with the Doomfist. And when you're seeing one team have a little bit more of that connection, that communication between one another, then, well, that's essentially how it goes. You can be the most mechanically talented Doomfist player in the world, but if you do not have a team to back you up in those situations, then that's where it's going to be a bit of a problem. And that's kind of what we saw back on Busan, right? Is that whenever Moving Fish went in, Chisato was right behind them, bringing extra all that damage with the shurikens. And if you're going to have that here, things, yes, they can change a little bit more, but is that even really going to be a problem when we saw the Sigma look and, you know, it turned out just fine for the Embers?
One of the things that I was like trying to allude to before I was rudely interrupted by an X10 decapitation was in a Doomfist composition mirror, it's going to put a lot of pressure onto the Brigitte specifically to hit the whip shots and deny the Doomfist from getting successful slams, because any of those big slams gives the Genji an opportunity to go in with a dash, follow up with some big damage, or it gives the opportunity for a Sojourn at an off angle to even get a kill with a body shot if they're in a position to do so. You have to try and hit those whip shots and deny that while simultaneously keeping LOS of your Doomfist so that you can keep him alive in the fight. If for any reason your Ana can't see your Doomfist, he is as good as dead, or your Ana might be as good as dead. The backlines have to be perfect. They have to play very defensively and simultaneously be good enough, be in the right position to keep up the aggression from your own side. That's a lot to ask a support player to do. That's a lot of responsibility that's on Scarlet's shoulders, that's on Poryu's shoulders as the respective Brigitte players on either side. And that's where I think Michael Wave might start to struggle a little bit, because they have a phenomenal backline. Keith and Scarlet are, you know, very storied players, very strong players indeed, but they haven't really played against a lot of other teams that can match them in the Doomfist dive. They might not be prepared to deal with that kind of pressure, because against the Sigma comp, you really don't have to.
No, right? Because you're not looking for those mobile targets. The Sigma, they're right in front of you. You don't need to do anything too crazy, versus if you're playing into this Doomfist, then you yourselves have to be more concerned. And you
against the Sigma, like all you have to worry about is like a Sojourn, like finding an off angle and like taking your head off. Like that's your biggest fear in the world. But now you have to worry about that and a Genji and a Doomfist and all of the chaos that they're going to sow.
Yeah, and like now that you're trying to switch things up a little bit more, then what really is going to be the question? Moving Fish found Keith and Scarlet more often than we can say the same for Mari, and with the respective supports of the NYXL Embers. And how are they going to approach this, understanding that their supports are going to be vulnerable? I like that they're playing it slow, allowing them to rotate on up to the high ground. The problem with that is no one else is going to be able to support them if they start to take that journey. You just saw Moving Fish go flying on up towards the top, adding that additional pressure onto them, but it's really going to be waiting for that perfect moment for these teams to strike, and in this scenario, Death hanging on to a sliver of HP alive somehow. Can't say the same for Mari.
So what Mari wants to do, and the reason why Michael Wave are playing this, hello, actually I think we should probably go back because Zoe has a few more things to say.
We're not done with this just yet. All right, no tank needed. Zoe goes in, does it nice and dry with that dragon, well not dragon blade, the shurikens. Doesn't need the dragon blade. Genji flashy on her own, and you know, XL Embers, they're not ready for that. Michael Wave regrouped perfectly fine without their tank, and they have plenty of point presence to work off of.
Alright, so anyway, what I was trying to say, never mind, NYXL Embers, they still want to try and come back in here. They actually, they're gonna have to punch out there. And Michael Wave, they're gonna get the cap there. So it's also gonna be a bit of a stagger going out here for Michael Wave. They keep finding more bodies. They're gonna take more space and get through that choke.
That's bad. That's bad. Those spawns are so far away right now, CB.
Very, very far. Okay, now if I can finally break down Michael Wave's composition.
Now you can talk.
So, like I said, if the Doomfist loses LOS of their supports, he's as good as dead, right? You leverage the bubble from the Winston to do just that with one fewer cooldowns. You don't have to disrupt them. You don't have to annoy them. You just put a bubble between them and the guy they're trying to keep alive.
Yeah.
And that doesn't necessarily work out. So Zoe just goes in and clocks in, works overtime, gets a couple of those easy kills there.
Oh.
That's a great pick off onto Anayu and Michael Wave. They can keep this momentum going, and they have a Nano Blade.
Definitely. Live in Michael. Embers, well, you don't have it, so you need to be holding that S key and going backwards. No thought out of your mind, but Chisato didn't do that, and guess what? You're down to nothing. These staggers are absolutely terrible for the Embers. This payload is moving. It's chugging along and getting quite close to this point.
No one in the game has hit Q yet.
No.
This much progress for Michael Wave has been entirely dry. It's about to get quite moist, though, as nearly every ultimate ability in the game is behind. Chisato's a little bit behind on that, on that Dragon Blade, but everyone else has theirs up or nearly up. But it's gonna be Michael Wave taking the initiative.
You're going first, and that is the best thing you can ask for on Eon, regardless of the rally or not. That's a lot of damage that you're dealing with. The Brigida zoning off Zoe, at least for now, but there was no support for NYXL Embers that entire time, even if they're alive. At this point, rolls on through. We're looking at over a 5-minute time bank, CB. Michael Wave, they're grinding that wave from their previous game. Even if they manage to lose it, they understand how to cancel out NYXL.
And the wave just keeps on rolling on in. NYXL Embers, they have a Dragon Blade, but Anion popped the Nano, I think, onto Floryu just to try and stay alive in the previous fight, so they no longer have that combination. You know, Scarlet can pop her own rally and just sustain throughout it if Chisato pops this blade.
It's seriously, that's what you need, right? I mean, Chisato doesn't have the support behind them to be able to do anything with this Dragon Blade, and you're not even going to use it before Zoe gets 3, including Chisato. Zoe, she's been insane this entire map log. I don't know what's gotten into her, but
Give her
the
the
5K is what Michael Wave needs to do. We're not talking about a wave, we're talking about a tsunami, CB.
Chisato pops the Dragon Blade, and then Zoe gets a 5K without a Dragon Blade.
Wow.
If that's not a Genji gap, I don't know what is. Zoe has turned this entire point
She's not
on
done.
its head, and she's not done. X10 pops the overclock, but he's gonna get popped herself with a Primal Rage from Mari.
This is bad. I mean, NYXL Embers, they have one more chance to get their feet back under them, but the ground is crumbling. They're falling through the gaps as Amari tickles them all back down. Zoe went wild. Michael Wave are getting a full completion with 3:49 on the clock. This is an insane turnaround from our previous game. They're here to play.
I'm starting to get echoes of our Fable game from before.
Oh, yeah.
The first round,
Oh, yeah.
you know, felt a little bit one-sided, but then suddenly it's like, oh no, it's not nearly like it was. You know, our control for this one was a little bit closer, but this is quite surprising from Michael Wave. You know, like we even said that I couldn't even get out like the win condition for the Winston composition because Mari was dead before they were able to ever actually execute it, but you don't need to execute your plan when you have an executioner for a DPS. Zoe just going in with the shurikens. Most of the time did not even need the blade. The one time we actually saw the nano blade comes out, of course she finds the most valuable target, the Ana, with the nano, shuts down the potential of a nano blade coming out from the other side. With that one pick off alone, forces them to either lose it entirely or use it defensively, which is not the situation that you as an Ana want to be faced with, especially going up against an enemy dive composition with a Genji of their own. And there's no other way to, like, we can't stress this enough. Zoe doesn't need a Dragon Blade.
No!
She just needs to hurt you.
Are you seeing that stat? Are you even seeing those stats right now, CB? 0 deaths. 0 deaths. 11
Oh, no,
final
it's,
blows. Zoe needs to be stopped. If NYXL Embers want to have a chance at coming back in this, Zoe needs to be stopped.
Yeah, and it looks like X10 gonna swap over to the Ashe. That might be how they decide to pressure Zoe out. Maybe just try and hit some dynamites, force her to think twice before dashing in, because, you know, health bar is going to be ticking a little bit lower than is ideal, but I mean, that's still a very vulnerable target for Zoe if she decides to take that duel. It's up to NYXL Embers to not let her do that. Don't let her have access to your Ashe, because that's where all your poke is coming from.
Yeah, but they're moving on up. That's a Bionate out onto Chisato, who has to back out during that time. So, NYXL Embers, they're putting it in a very narrow corridor, which with both the Brigida and the Doomfist up there, you gotta be cautious, right?
I think that was like a bait. I think they had Scarlet up there specifically to try and bait them into that narrow corridor so they could hit a big nade there, and it does kind of pay off. They don't find any kills for it, but they are able to repel the push for now. But X10 has finally struck gold.
Took it a page out of Maple's book from our previous game, and X10 on the Ashe, huge amounts of damage that you're able to output here, and just between that, the dynamites hitting those plain old shots, that's enough for NYXL Embers to eventually break through this rock-solid wall that's been Michael Wave.
You know, and a lot of the scrims that I've been seeing like little glimmers of Ashe poking her head out every now and then, and I'm like wondering what value it's bringing, like why you don't just run the Sojourn, and I think I'm starting to get it. I think it is those big dynamites and the ability to just coach gun away, and the constant pick potential, that one-shot potential, you know, where you can just get someone down to crit HP with a single headshot, and suddenly, you know, they either perish before your very eyes, or they're forced to try and play a lot safer. Whereas Sojourn, like, yeah, you get the sustained damage, but it's only when she has the rail shot that she has that same potential as the Ashe. So it's proving to be a great alternative if you're losing out in the Sojourn 1v1, or indeed if you need to try and keep a Genji in check.
Especially since Death doesn't have like these big chunky targets to farm up these rail shots on either. You're not getting them frequently, where you essentially, you're just every single one for X10 right now, and you'll see that difference in at least the old charge right now. And NYXL Embers, they got tons of things to work with, so many options to pull out, but if Zoe is still on a run, that's one less option on the table.
Yeah, one less Chisato on the table, more like. Yeah, she's been taken out, and that's, again, just showing the Genji gap right now. Zoe is firmly in control of this head-to-head. I do also kind of want to point out, though, that X10 has built up to the Bob, and the Bob actually can be a pretty solid answer to a Dragon Blade. They're going to go ahead and pop the Bob early, though. Zoe doesn't have to use the deflect. She's actually just going to go into the back line.
Yeah, you go back there, right? I mean, if Moving Fish is so focused on the front line, you're drawing their attention away from using that nano, so they don't get the same value in the few staggers, the flicks that they've managed to get. Yes, they're enough, but Chisato has absolutely assaulted the backline of Michael Wave. Both teams have given up on trying to save them. It's just a chase. Who can find a more successful hunt?
I saw Zoe go deep and get punished for it. I don't know why Scarlet was that far back there. She found a whip shot kill onto Anion, and I was like, how the hell is the Brigitte in position to get a whip shot onto the enemy Ana? And then it's like, oh wait, no, she's like in the enemy spawn too. I don't know what that was all about. It's a, typical Wicca weekend things. Michael Wave though, they have a ton of ults, but they don't have that nano.
You don't have that tool, but you know who does have a good old Chisato, not pulling out the blade, now pulling it out. There it is, spot Zoe and team on up. Finally, shutting down the Genji star. Chisato has had enough of getting the diff, wants to make a name for themselves here as well. Didn't really find enough with it, but it buys plenty of space for Moving Fish to keep pushing on forwards. But Death has to make it happen with the overclock. Not the result that she wanted at all. Everyone can just back off. The position for NYXL is stellar.
You use the rally and the overclock there for Michael Wave, and they're still going to get staggered. Mari's going to have to go in to try and touch, but if she's not able to find a kill or zone everybody else
X10.
back, I mean, they lose Death. This is a terrible fight for Michael Wave.
It's done. I don't know why they tried to take this fight. You were down so many. I mean, maybe you could potentially force resources out of the Embers, but what resources do they even have? That was the rally and the blade that were used not too long ago, and you have a full task with it.
Yeah, it's getting pretty disorganized, pretty sloppy here from Michael Wave. I don't like those ult investments, and I don't like the way that they are forced to try and stagger to keep anything alive, because, at the tail end there, it's just Mari and the supports, and if they just zone out the supports, Mari, she can't get anything done, and they can just keep this stagger going. Moving Fish finds Zoe. Zoe's not going to be able to find any good flank angles to lurk, any good opportunities to harass the enemy backline. X10 has the high ground and is pumping out Death onto Death.
10 out of 10 on that shot. My goodness, X10. This is beautiful. I mean, you even are forcing Death to swap over to the Ashe, an even better dive target, you could argue, for somebody like Moving Fish, who likely is going to be getting a nano boost in the near future. For now, it will be Mari with that tool, clearing off the high ground, but he doesn't really have the cooldowns to continue engaging. He's all just buying time, hoping for a regroup.
And YSL Embers, they just traded. That's a huge anti-nade, though. They need to follow up on that. But the sleep dart means Mari can't. She has to pop the meteor strike to try and stay alive.
And she's just got to get out with that one. And oh, that is worst case scenario. That's both the nano boost and the meteor strike gone from Michael Wave. And it's what, maybe 10 seconds that you ended up saving from it? And YSL Embers, they got all the gas in the tank to pump it out. And Moving Fish, woohoo! We know that they can dish out that damage traits even thus far. And nobody really in the way of the doofus. Everyone just kind of looked around and was looking for somebody to poke their head out, but nobody did, understanding how much of a threat that they can be, and it allows Michael Wave to engage on the backline.
I think while Moving Fish went in with that nano, Mari was in the enemy backline, took out both Anion and Poryu, and everybody else was trying to deal with Mari, so there just wasn't enough follow-up for Moving Fish to find any purchase with that nano boost. So now that's off the field. Michael Wave have their heels dug into the dirt, and they're starting to build up to an ult bank that they can use to leverage this, to bleed off more time, make sure they have the better time bank if we go into OT.
You have to at least try to get yourself on the board, right? NYXL Embers, at this point, if you can complete the map, great, but... Bob Diff, I love that. Hey, you know what? We're back to a 5v5. That makes me very happy. Good old Robot Butler's Bob Diff. But Chisato said Genji Diff onto Zoe. That's actually a deflection kill for the NYXL Embers. That is is an elimination. You will move up on top of now Dragon Blade into play. No Nano needed. Death is going down. Scarlet matching to stay alive. Lovely Bionade from Keith to actually shut down Chisato's NYXL Embers. This was their fight, but it may not be anymore.
They have to give up some space to try and deal with that Dragon Blade, but because they're able to dispatch Chisato there, they're able to try and take it right back with the spawn advantage. So again, NYXL Embers, they can't get around this corner. They take down Zoe, but the Nano comes out onto Mari.
Mari, it's more the Nano to stay alive. I mean, you have to Meteor Strike out almost immediately after that. All the meanwhile, X10 gets the better of Death once more. So NYXL Embers, they're moving up with a punch. Oh, Mari, absolutely beautiful, pulled out. It keeps Microwave in the fights. They've been hanging on by a thread this entire time for the entire 4.5 minutes we've been here.
You know, even when X10 is finding headshots, it's almost always traded out, and the longer Microwave keeps that up, the more time they're gonna bleed off the clock. For NYXL Embers, it needs to be a decisive fight, and they haven't been able to find that, and they keep investing ultimates to try and find it and not getting it. Here comes the Dragon Blade from Zoe, and there's nothing that can possibly stop it.
No, there's not, except for this. Oh, the boost on back, but you walk into the Dragon Blade. Please don't walk into the Dragon Blade. Not advised. At least it's a Genji for Genji trade, sure, but you're now looking on the possibility of you're not finishing this with time on the clock. So right now for NYXL Embers, it's lose or draw. Whether they lose here or potentially draw later, that is all that they can do. That's all the power that they have left in the choice of this series. Whereas Microwave, they have so much left to say. Now over onto the Winston. Can they contest the payload? Absolutely. Moving Fish manages to stay alive. Mari cannot. Bobbert coming back in. X10 says Bob dip, at least to the tank, but also to the Genji. It's not going to be contested. Death can throw the Bob onto the point. Yes, that's going to help contest, but Moving Fish has plenty of help to be able to work with. No one can get a touch. And NYXL Embers, they're going to squeak away with it, but it's not the result they wanted.
So we are going to a map 3 no matter what happens here. We're either getting a draw or we're getting Microwave going up, or sorry, matching it at 1-1.
Yeah.
And, you know, looking at the time bank, I think that's the more likely opportunity here. I think that's a more likely situation because realistically, all it takes is for Death or for Zoe to find one of those opening picks, and the dominoes for NYXL Embers are going to crumble. It feels like when NYXL Embers are able to play their game, when they're able to get those ultimate compositions off, those ultimate combinations off, sorry, and able to play their composition to its fullest potential, you know, they're firmly in the driver's seat. But as soon as the trades start to come out and it starts to go a little bit back and forth, Microwave, despite even making some ultimate mistakes, are still able to get the better of it. Find at least enough trade, at least enough values to where NYXL Embers, they can't push their advantage anymore. They can't keep their pedal on the gas. They have to pump the brakes a little bit, regroup, and slow down. And in that time, Microwave's back to full strength, and we're just right back where we started.
And that's what we're seeing, is that NYXL Embers, they love to go forwards. They have their foot down on the gas the entire time, but if you don't back off, you don't know when you're going too far, and that happened so many times that they were punished for, and now you literally have one opportunity to stop them, one tick, all Microwave needs.
Sim TP going out from Zoe. Looks like she's going to swap over onto the Genji. This gets the support over safely through the choke and up onto this high ground, but you got to imagine there's going to be either a slam or a dash waiting for them once they are called out here.
The bait of all time, Keith, positioning themselves like, hey, come get me, guys. I dare you to come on over. Scarlet being a nice bodyguard, at least for the Ana. And NYXL Embers, they're not going to engage. Look how defensive they're playing. They're afraid of being punished just like they did on their own attack. And that's what you got to do, is they rely on X10 to hit the shots. And when you're consistently getting the better of Death, all right, that is a good condition to make off of. If you can manage to keep them alive, the health bars are struggling, but even more on the side of Microwave.
Aniun falls. That is disaster for NYXL Embers.
Boy.
Remember, it's only one tick
That's
for
bad.
Microwave, and they're going to get their supports back online in no time. There's no Lucio to taxi Aniun back. You only have Brig heals. Look at how far back NYXL Embers have to play. They can't send Moving Fish in without an Ana there to heal them up. So they're going to have to try and rely on just the pressure from X10 on high until Aniun gets back. It looks like she's coming through the archway now, but Michael are already kicking the fight off.
Even then, Aniun's not in a good position. She can easily be dove out on, just like X10 on the high ground. They have to follow up the floodgates. They've been opened. All Microwave need to do is to crash down onto NYXL Embers, knowing that they're not afraid of the looming threat on the flank. Keith is in an untouchable position, ends up dropping down, and because it's okay, they know that they've won today. Supports are gone. The fire has fizzled out. Now Microwave, they're claiming King's Row, CB. We are all tied up.
On that first approach there where I said that, you know, the supports are going up on the high ground, there should be either a slam or a dash or something waiting for them. No, that's a very dangerous proposition for for NYXL Embers to just give that up for free, give that level of positioning. They rely entirely on X10 to hit headshots on the Ashe, and yeah, sure, as long as they're able to keep that up, that's all well and good. But the second something goes wrong, they don't have the space to try and correct, and losing Anyun is about the worst possible thing that can happen in that situation. Like I said, you lose LOS of the Ana as the Doomfist, or indeed you lose the Ana herself, you're as good as dead. And Moving Fish knows it. They can't go in, they can't retake that space. By the time they are, you know, regrouped and able to try and go back in, Microwave has already taken the fight onto the point, and it's do or die time for NYXL Embers. It's too chaotic. You can't bounce back from that. You need a miracle play from X10 or a miracle play from Anyun. And there's even that moment, right, where Mari gets the nano boost, she jumps in, puts down the bubble right in that archway. Suddenly Anyun, once again, even though she's back, doesn't have LOS over anybody that is fighting on the point to try and keep it alive. And at that point, yeah, it's as good as done. It's as good as done. Microwave, they understand the win condition on this composition, and they execute it to perfection by executing the backline.
That was serious, right? Mari moving over to the Winston, even if it was the Doomfist, partially, they made the spots, right? You move over to the Winston, so you can deny those sites with more consistent dive, a little bit more point presence, and support your overall team, and by taking away those resources of your opponents. And it looks so darn good all the way through. NYXL Embers, they didn't look like the same dominant squad that we saw back on Mecha Base. This was definitely more of a fumble from them, and now that this is all tied up, that title of being that undefeated team within our current Swiss stage, it is completely up for grabs, and this could go either way.
And both teams, like we said, were undefeated coming into this, but only one of these teams can come out of it still being undefeated. And, you know, if you're one of the top dogs, you know, speaking of dogs, shout out to Microwave and their adorable, polite profile picture there. Love that. If you still want to be top dog, there's no other, like, you got to fight for it. And being 1-1, taking us into Flashpoint, that's the only way that you can go down, right? You got to make sure that even if you lose this one, you're staking your claim as one of the top teams. And you know, with the demise of Timeless, Ethereal, and potentially their rebuild going forward, this is where one of these teams gets to claim that top spot. It's going to be NYXL Ember's pick. They get the benefit because they won control. There's really only two options anyway, but they're going to go ahead and take us to Saravasa.
And what this kind of says, when you look at these flashpoints, right, there aren't too many differences. When you really want to talk about them, I guess you could say it's a little bit more close quarters. It's a little bit more brawly. You don't have to worry about the high grounds nearly as much. And I think that's the biggest thing, right, is that you're setting yourselves up so you're playing, for the most part, on an even level. So you're not having to worry about, oh, we got to jump up onto these, like, ceilings, these walkways. No, not at all. I mean, most of the points, they're relatively flat. Just the approach is the most challenging part that you're going to see here on Saravasa, which really kind of starts to tell us here that they're going to want to stick with this Doomfist.
Something I noticed in my Scrim VOD reviews, by the way, did you know that fountain, when you cap that point, the fountain, like, erupts? Like, that top part of the fountain starts to spout water, too? At least I think. I mean, I might be misremembering that. I hope that happens. If not, they should definitely add that, because I think that's a really cool touch. Regardless, though, there is also something else I want to highlight about Saravasa. There's a couple of points here towards the northern edge of this map where there is a potential of environmental kills, where some of the Lucios can start to shine if they do decide to bust out Lucio-centric compositions, or where whip shots could come into play. In fact, I think the Garden's point it also does have that same potential. That said, though, you know, that's only a small thing that may or may not come into play. We'll have to see. It's looking like both these teams are hovering over that Doomfist composition, though. So, yeah, lots of environmental potential coming out for both sides.
Yep, punches and boops are going to go flying. Hope everyone can swim today. Otherwise, yeah, you're going to be meeting a nice watery death. And, you know, as we're going to get ready to rock out here, market, of course, always the same on every map. But what we need to look at is I'm seeing something a little interesting within the DPS lines, depending on who ends up swapping. All right, complete and total mirrors. Even even playing grounds, CB, this is the mirror.
It looks like Moving Fish is actually going to be able to get to the point first, though, so be on the lookout for them to find the first slam, but it's actually going to be Mari using the slam to try and take the high ground here, and NYXL Embers, they're kind of playing a little bit safe here.
Yeah, I mean, they're biding their time, and ideally they can do that. They're confident in what X10 can do on the Sojourn, so even if a rail shot doesn't confirm an elimination, it does enough damage to give Moving Fish the opportunity to move in and confirm that elimination. So, Microwave, they're the ones that are playing a little bit more aggressive, poke-oriented, especially Scarlet, who we just saw off over on the flank, who is trying to get rail shots in onto the high ground. And the hard part with this is that because NYXL Embers, they've waited so long, they'll build up these ultimates, but because there's no strict engages, they don't have many options necessarily to work with until a Bionade like that comes in. Ani on an X10, hit on up, but they can't live. They're actually, everyone's still alive. The fact that we are so far into this point, CB, there's no elimination, blows me away, and finally it will be the death to strike first.
Both Doomfists they're kind of stuck in this eternal loop where they're like, I know I have to be aggressive, but I also have to wait for the right opportunity to present itself because I can't just go in and be reckless, end up feeding and dying. So you see both of them like going for a slam, getting hit with like a Bionade or something, and just punching themselves right back out. They don't stay for too long. It is that Bionade from Keith. And then the follow-up one from Aniun on the other side that does end up kind of changing the tide. And through it all, NYXL Embers, they give up just a little bit too much ground. Microwave marched a little bit too far forward for NYXL Embers to clap back. And now it's Microwave finally in the driver's seat and already nearly about halfway to that first cap.
Like, they have all the support ultimates to work with, most notably this rally. Anytime it's been popped, Scarlet helps their team move towards a victory. You have the nano boost, the sleep though! Onto Zoe, the meter strike coming crashing down! That is the worst spot! You wanna wait, she lives? She lives? No! Freaking shot! She lives, the support!
Doomfist mains are gonna be complaining about that one on Twitter. I can already hear it.
I can hear it. Oh boy. That hurts. That really hurts right now. Zoe is still alive and she's just so good, and it gets exit off the back of it. Well, if only she went down. Too bad for you, NYXL Embers. Microwave are cleaning up market. They used all of their resources to do so and got them a big momentum boost.
Yeah, your little huff of copium if you're NYXL Embers is that you did hold on to both of your DPS ultimates, but you don't have a nano to pair with either of them. You don't have the Meteor Strike from Moving Fish to be able to, play as aggressively as they want to try and find some space for the Overclock or for the Dragon Blade without the aid of the nano to find the value that they need to find here. So, Microwave, they're going to take an early positional advantage here, try and play this slow and build up to something, but NYXL Embers, they got to find an optimal way to press what little advantage they currently have.
What really is that going to be? You want to get X10 at the spot to pressure the high ground, or just out on Moving Fish in the backline? You go ahead, take that. Two options of death. You choose the one of X10. Now, Microwave, though, they've used all of their resources, and that's going to come back to bite them badly here. Point.
And NYXL Embers, they invest only the Overclock. They hit a great sleep dart there onto Mari, follow that up with some of the damage from the Overclock and an anti-nade to confirm that kill. And now have a look at Anayun's ult percentage. She's up to 91%. This is going to get closer and closer to where they're going to have that Nano Blade available. And that's a one fight on its own if it's executed properly. And, Microwave, what do you do to deny it? You could really, realistically, only displace that Genji with a whip shot or with a punch, but, that comes down to the whip shot or the punch versus the dash. Is Chisato still going to have it available when it's needed?
Like, that's kind of the question, right? It has to be on its correct resources, and nope, there it is, the dash. Well timed, Scarlet and Death taking the L, and Keith onto that pile, and now it's Microwave. They're the ones that are struggling to come back. They still haven't built up any of those ultimates just yet into NYXL Embers. They're on a tear.
That was, by the way, like a hair away from the nano being too late.
I know, right?
Anyone got it. The frame she got it, it went down onto Chisato. That was a great fight win there. And just winning with just that ult combo means Microwave, they didn't get any work done. They're building up to support ults of their own kind of passively, but they don't have them online. There's the rally available now, and that's gonna be forced out. But a huge nade might be the win condition for Microwave.
But they get on the point. Yes, that is a great start for them. It costs both support ults to have to do it, though. Their ult management, yes, it's been strained, but at least they're still in the game at Palace.
That could have been disastrous because Aniun also hit a big Bionade there, and a couple members of Microwave almost died. Great rally from Scarlet. Almost a disastrous one had they lost that point there, but now they have a Dragon Blade of their own. They have an overclock. They are going to have a Meteor Strike. It's the same situation as when NYXL Embers walked into it, but this time, NYXL Embers, they have something to say about it. They got a rally of their own to fight back with.
And that's going to be the big difference here. Is Death, yes, that's going to be popped early, but way too early, and that one almost got them killed, as a matter of fact. And wow, that is not good at all. That's a main tool that you needed to pull off. It does get you down to Final Fight territory on Palace. Sure, that's something, but now NYXL Embers, they're coming back with a overclock of their own, and there's no key. Their head ripped right off of their shoulders, and this is just free territory for NYXL to keep moving up, unless Zoe comes out with absolutely something ridiculous on this Dragon Blade right now. That's going to be how this point is decided. 99 to 99 on both ends. It's just the team who decides to commit more, and right now, it's NYXL Embers. Zoe is finally getting back in the fight, but at this point, you're not using the Dragon Blade. What could have gone the way of Michael Wave switches to the other side.
The fountain did explode. I'm not a liar. Additionally, though, Zoe, like, you invest that Dragon Blade there. You just try to play the point long enough for some more bodies to get on to maybe find an opportunity, an opening to use it, but there was never a chance where she was going to be able to pull off a 5v1 there. There was just too much momentum in favor of NYXL Embers. We're going up to 1-1, so you hold on to that Dragon Blade for the next point, but you're still miles away from a nano boost to try and, bolster that one. NYXL Embers, they've got one of their own. They're going to go ahead and invest that overclock early from X10 on an off angle here, and that's going to split everybody off from Mari.
You're getting all the value in the world, even if it's not necessarily in eliminations here. So NYXL Embers, they're in prime position for the setup on this point. They slowed down Michael Wave just enough to get that first little bit of capture point. Still debating on the full command. All right, there we go. Michael Wave, they can't move up. The Dragon Blade's still waiting in its sheath for Zoe to pull that out, but it's been there for so long. You need to expect big things from this player, but we know very well.
Need no blade.
No, she don't need no blade. She's too fancy for him. She can do it with plain old raw Genji skill, and she's not even gonna end up using it here. Oh,
This is one of those situations, though, where we're talking about NYXL Embers having the ult advantage. They kind of needed to press it there. I think they might have been waiting for Chisato to build up to the blade so they can go for their own nano blade composition, but they wasted too much time. They've lost the point. Yeah, they take 31%, but Michael Wave is going to match that. They have their own nano blade now and a rally coming up and an overclock. And NYXL Embers, they only use their overclock. You need to invest more.
That's the thing. If you're looking at what Michael Wave has right now, you know what they're best for? Is investing first. Chisato picks it up, puts it to 3. Can Zoe even manage to match that? The rest of the team is back trying to keep them alive, and Zoe held on to it for so long, was waiting for the nano CB, and that is worst case scenario right now.
Every Diamond Overwatch coach will tell you go first, and I mean, honestly, sometimes it's true. NYXL Embers, they go first with their nano blade, and by the time Zoe's able to pop hers, there's just nobody alive to help bolster that, help capitalize off of the big distraction that's going to cause. In fact, they don't even really need to trouble themselves with it, do NYXL Embers, because I mean, Michael Wave's already lost their supports. They've already lost their backline. Death's gonna go ahead and pop that overclock to try and engage, but Boomfish gonna zone Death out, not allow that Sojourn to find any favorable angles, and yeah, that ultimate gonna peter out.
The overclock's a bit subpar, but not that real shot! That was an absolute spectacle to go ahead and watch. There you go. Zoe moved on in. Yes, she's gonna go down. Plenty for Michael Wave still to attempt at this point, and the ultimate economy finally going back to a more imaginable state. You're fine.
Yeah, it's 99% though for NYXL Embers, and they have the tools they need to try and buy their way back into it. We got a tank ult and a rally on either side. You're kind of relying a lot on the DPS on either side to make the plays in these dive compositions, and a lot of the times it's either Zoe or it's Chisato. We gotta keep an eye on both Genjis. That's a huge nade though that comes out from Keith.
Wow, that nade just saved the entire point. The rally, yes, that's gonna come out, but so did it before you, and that's just great. That is great for Michael Wave, winning that off of an ability alone to carry this ultimate advantage into the next point is the best thing that they could have asked for.
I mean, you know, I was talking about the DPS. We gotta highlight the supports as well because Keith and Anion have both been hitting phenomenal bio-nades that are cracking some of these fights wide open. When we're in a stalemate, all you gotta see is when someone turns purple and they're about to turn black and blue, if the DPS or the tanks have anything to say about it. Michael Wave go up 2-1 on Suravasa, 1 point away from staking their claim as the top dogs in Swiss stage for now. I mean, still got another round after this. Only tank ults on either side, but Keith nearly has that nano, and Zoe and Chisato neck and neck in terms of Dragon Blade charge.
Right now, you gotta be looking at Mori, the Primal Rage will be coming up. That's an extra option to work with. Either way, the fireworks are about to go off. Back to that idea, how much does striking first really matter? Will be Molly first, button that will be pressed. The meteor strike popped early. Moving Fish needed that one to stay on the map. Nice sleep coming in. No more angry Winston. Winston go nap, and Winston go bye-bye. Moving Fish, putting them down into the dirt and will proceed to punch and swing their way through the remainder of my way.
So it was a great play from Mari to use that Primal Rage, stay as long as she did, and even force out the Meteor Strike by nearly knocking Moving Fish off the point, but it all gets flipped right on its head with just one Sleep Dart from Anion and the follow-up damage coming through. Once Mari falls, so do the rest of the Dominoes, and NYXL Embers, they get first cap here, and they only had to use that Meteor Strike to do it. The ult banks are getting pretty beefy on either side though, but that's gonna favor NYXL Embers. A big ult bank usually is going to mean a longer, more drawn-out fight, and that's going to mean more cap percentages. They surpass Michael Wave.
Of course, you need to look at the Nano Blade. So far, it's a nice whip shot. Keep Zoe up in the air, but if you can just dash, slash, and dash even more, then that's all you need. But just how answering on the other side. This one's still even. Zoe has to stay alive right now. Healed back up to full health and driving Anion. Oh, that's done. Michael Wave, best elimination that they could have gotten in this entire situation. Would have liked to hold on to the rally. But if it gives you that fight win and gives NYXL Embers the chance to go through, you take it.
75%, 76%, sorry for NYXL Embers. If they manage to find the flip here, this will be the cap. Michael Wave, they have to be perfect the rest of the way through if they want to close this one out. Otherwise, we're going to 0.5 on map 3. Only Death's overclock versus X10's, and Death is going to have the positional advantage being that they have the cap here. Ryu is holding on to that rally. That might be the difference maker for these two teams. Just trying to keep the fight going long enough for NYXL Embers. Simultaneous overclocks being popped. X10 doesn't really have a great shot.
Such a strange angle to work out. And I mean, sure, you're on a flank pressuring the Onyx. He's not going to heal anyone, but you don't have a doofus. X10 needs to kill Keith right now, but they live. How much? That's got to be like a singular health point to pull through. And that play right there, CB, that's it. This is done.
Wait a minute.
It's only the Brig onto the point, pressured under 3 people. Moving Fish guarantees the touch. NYXL Embers, they're going to still in this. Keith goes flying off the map. It's going to come down to the wire. This is going to be the last fight on the point, regardless of the results coming through. The ultimates, yes, they're going to be ticking up. Mari comes back with that Primal Rage in tow, but that's if she has a team to be able to support her. X10 is dealing creds 1 by 1. NYXL Embers never count them out of a fight, because this one's still going.
Mari went super deep to try and pressure the members of NYXL Embers from being able to support that overclock that came out from X10. Sure, the overclock doesn't find anything, but when they find the pickoff onto Mari, and they have the Meteor Strike, and they have the rally to try and buy their way back into the fight, they find a couple of picks, it suddenly becomes do or die time, and once again, it is. Mari gonna go ahead and pop the Primal Rage to try and keep this fight alive, try and keep Michael Wave's hopes alive. But she's all that they have right now.
That's it. I mean, as soon as that Primal Rage is done, Mari is quite literally just a punching bag for this team where Zoe ends up going down just 2% away from that Dragon Blade. NYXL Embers, they want to close this out, knowing at this point they want to take it all the distance. But they need to do it very quickly. The Nano Boost and the rally, everything out of Michael Wave. They have to win this fight now with how much they poured into it. The support's gone. NYXL, they have limited ground to stand under, but all they got is Chisato, and Chisato is going to do it all. Michael Wave, they used all of their resources, and they're going to be in trouble and moving forwards.
Not all of their resources, because they didn't have the nano and they didn't pop the blade, so they are gonna have that. But I mean, they did sink a lot of cost into that point, which did end up being a losing fight. I think if they would have held on to that overclock, you know, you invest the rally to try and keep the fight alive and see if maybe you can close it out that way, but you know, throw that one down the drain. I think I would like to have the overclock here just to give myself that extra edge here. But now Michael Wave, they have positional advantage. They're gonna pop the nano blade. What does NYXL Embers do?
And they gotta run away. They want to try to get the whip shot before you. Gets a good old whiff out of that one. Zoe gets the one elimination. Plenty for them to work off of. The rest of NYXL Ember should crumble like dominoes. But as long as she's not alive, this one is still very good to continue fighting on. Microwave, they get the first cap, and at this point, we expect regroups.
They do have to invest that Nano Blade. I mean, NYXL Embers, they had a Pulse Bomb. They used that. They're still holding on to a Meteor Strike here. But, you know, Microwave, this is where it's going to get really, really tricky because Death is going to have the positional advantage to try and charge some of these rail shots. Moving Fish has to deny some of these angles, and that's risky. That's one of those positions where they're going to lose sight of their supports, and that leaves them vulnerable.
And Moving Fish is so low. It does have the Meteor Strike, so I understand wanting to overcommit here, but with Mari being on this Winston, cutting yourself off is not what you want to be doing. Putting on the Meteor Strike as long as possible. Caught it out now. Woo! Getting very dicey there for Moving Fish. The Meteor Strike back on over to safety, but with all of these flashy things going on, Microwave, they're still taking that percentage. 65% and counting.
That's an ult used, a fight not won, and time bled off the bank. We still haven't found any blood on either side, but, you know, if you're Microwave, you don't need any blood. You just need time, and there's not a whole lot of it left for NYXL Embers. Nano Boost gonna come out. The Sleep Dart misses.
Sleep Dart misses. That's it. That's it. Moving Fish right now has a point to engage. It's full supports taken down. NYXL Embers, that took them so long to finally confirm those eliminations, and even then, they're not out of the waters yet. Ideally looking to get that swap out, but it was not easy.
It cost them the Nano to do it, but Keith whiffing that Sleep Dart by just a hair is all that they need. If they had landed that onto Moving Fish, this would be done. That would have, they just wait out the Nano, punish the Doomfist, force out more cooldowns, take more space. They're able to stay alive throughout all that. Great Pulse Bomb on the Scarlet. Buys them even more time, and now it's starting to get a little bit more scary if you're Microwave. Sure, you have the ults, but are you going to be given a chance to use them?
That's a whole fight. That's a whole fight right there. Microwave should be able to get a contest in, but with how well NYXL Embers have been initiating CD, they gotta move quick. Oh, really?
NYXL Embers want to go quick.
Oh, they're in, and Gisato is deep, too deep. One could argue that is a devastating error coming on in. So Microwave, they're free to pop the 1, 2, 3, 4 ultimates that they have. Zoe all the time in the world to pull this one through. The Nano Blade and Mari working hand in hand to push Microwave closer and closer. They're gonna get the flip back, NYXL Embers. They're not even gonna get a touch in on this.
It's just that nade that comes out from Keith, and no one is able to help save Chisato. And no one is able to touch. Microwave are your top dogs here in the Swiss rounds thus far. They continue their undefeated streak. And listen, they're taking down some heavy hitters along the way. In fact, all the other heavy hitters are now a part of Microwave's body count. This one puts them over NYXL Embers, one of the sleeper picks that a lot of people were talking about as one of the potential favorites. They've slain the Dragons, the seemingly unstoppable Timeless Ethereal, and they have even bested Drainers. Microwave, a surprise to be sure. But this Doomfist composition, oh, it holds some water.
Wow. How many of you actually expected Microwave to come out on top of this today? You are looking at an NYXL roster that has been ridiculous throughout this tournament. You have some of the best players that you are going to find in Calling All Heroes, where players like Mari are often swept under the rug. Hasn't had too many notable results, but this win right here, maintaining your undefeated record with only one more Swiss stage to go through, not only have you guaranteed yourselves in a playoff spot, but you are now the top dog. You are now that team that players are afraid to face up against.
I mean, I would be afraid to face off against Mari because she is so flexible and so talented, not just on this Doomfist. Like I said, last tournament, she was a standout Sigma player as well, and we've known her to be a strong Junker Queen player in the past. She's even showing pretty strong Winston play going forward. I don't know if there is a tank that Mari can play that won't be at, like, the top level. Right now, this Doomfist is at the top level. They are the top team. They are the team to beat, and, you know, props to NYXL Embers for on Busan seemingly getting the better on this Doomfist composition of Microwave, but on Saravasa and on King's Row, it wasn't enough.
No, not at all. And as good as they've looked, this series was close through to all 5 maps in Flashpoint, 99-99 on several parts of Busan, not to mention the King's Row game that we really start to saw where it came alive, right? I mean, that is where the change started to happen. You're looking at players like Mari to come up and set your team up for success. The Winston, not a pick that you're going to conventionally see, especially at the top levels of gameplay. But with how well Mari knows how to play it on a macro and micro level, this is what you need to be scared of. The top team now has been asserted, and you need to be watching these guys as they continue their journey through the tournament.
Quite deceptively, though, the Doomfist composition that Mari likes to play is kind of a 1-2 punch. You've got the initial punch from the Doomfist and the even heavier hits that come out from Zoe on that Genji. What phenomenal play across the board, and this is a scary team to go against. When you know that they can play all of these different compositions, they can play 2 different flavors of the dive, best you on it, and potentially even swap over to that Sigma comp and mirror you on that, or play something else. Who even knows? Maybe Mari has just a phenomenal Roadhog that we haven't seen yet, and maybe she busts that out, and you know, maybe that's what we see in grand finals. But hey, if you want to see something like that, there's only one way to do that, and that's to stick around and continue supporting Calling All Heroes. We're going to cut to a quick break real quick. We'll be right back with the Chipotle MVP and the Chipotle Real Talk interview. We're going to have to get someone from Michael Wave to explain just what makes them so dominant. We'll see you right after this. It would seem as though the entire landscape of Calling All Heroes has changed with just the past 2 Swiss rounds, and it's been Michael Wave that has made waves with 2 key victories. First, snapping the win streak of Timeless Ethereal, and second, shutting down the upstarts NYXL Embers that a lot of people expected a lot of big things from, but it's been it's been Michael Wave.
Yeah.
They're the new wave here in Calling All Heroes.
Wow. The new wave of hype, maybe a tsunami if you really want to go that far. They have been stepping it up every single time that we get to see them on broadcast. Because not only have they taken down NYXL Embers, but also Timeless Ethereal in their previous match that was played off stream. I mean, if nobody can stop this team, then, I mean, they're looking clean for a run all the way to the championships. And CB, we gotta highlight the individuals in this match.
And one individual in particular. I'm going to go ahead and, set it up by saying there's 2 individuals here. It's, if you've ever played dodgeball, are you familiar with the lob and drill technique? It's where someone throws a dodgeball straight up in the air and then a second one comes at you and drills you. Say hello to the drill. Your Chipotle MVP, Zoe, on the Genji here. She doesn't need a Dragon Blade, folks. She's able to pump out this much damage, this many eliminations and final blows. Without a Dragon Blade 90% of the time. Sure, when she does have it, you need to respect it. But when she doesn't have it, pretend she does anyway.
Exactly. You never know what is going to be coming next for Zoe. Most notably, you gotta talk about King's Row. She played a crucial role when it came to her attack with Michael Wave. Got 5k without a Dragon Blade, opened up the battle time and time again. You physically cannot ask Zoe to do any more. But you know what she did, CB? She continued to deliver. She did more than anybody even thought was possible for a single Genji player in the highest skill levels that we have of this matchup here today.
She delivered. I mean, and the only thing that could possibly I would enjoy being delivered more so than a performance like this from Zoe is a Chipotle burrito right about now. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. We actually have Zoe on here for an interview. We're gonna talk with her. We're gonna see exactly what this all is. See how she's feeling. I mean, hey Zoe, how are you feeling? How are you doing?
Hello, hi.
Hello.
I'm very ecstatic. My hands are shaking. It was a fun game. Yes.
I mean,
yeah.
As it should be.
Sorry, I don't know.
We're both a little bit flustered here. I mean,
Right?
yeah, it was a fun game, but we didn't even see it, on the stream because it happened off stream that you guys beat Timeless Ethereal 2-0, and then you come and you take out NYXL Embers. You are coming for all of the top dogs here, and you have now staked your claim atop the Swiss bracket so far. So how do you feel, taking on all these big names?
I feel great. I'm actually pretty new to the scene. I swapped from console in January, and I've just been on the rising grind. And I'm so happy I can actually see the potential. I'm able to show what I'm made for.
That's awesome hearing that from a fellow console player myself. It's great to hear those console players start to rise through the ranks here, especially in Calling All Heroes. And I mean, everyone saw your performance today, and my mind is absolutely blown, as with the entirety of the audience, particularly there on King's Row. Can you talk about just kind of what was the plan? What was really going through your head when it came to that map, understanding that you guys had to win?
I'm not gonna lie. I saw the death, my sojourn, just shoot something, and then they were like they're tagged, and I just dashed and hope for the best. And I kept doing that and doing that, and it just kept working. It was actually so fun. Like the amount of 1v1 duels I took there, like across the map and won, was just so exhilarating. I love taking those duels. They're so fun.
Hey, and we love watching you take those duels. An absolute spectacle of a play that you put on for us today. And, I want to talk a little bit more about the event. Similar questions we asked earlier. Of course, you've been playing in this tournament for quite some time. You've been rising through the ranks and now find yourselves here at currently the top of the Calling All Heroes Major 3 Swiss stage. Tell us a little bit about what Calling All Heroes, the event itself, means to you.
I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't really interested into the pro scene when I swapped to PC, but I saw Calling Heroes in, I believe it was Major 1 on January, and I was just amazed by it, and I was like, I want to play in here. I want to play with these people. I want to play with people I can relate to, and I found friends. I found a lot of friends here, and I'm happy.
I mean, it's a big friendly community. It's honestly, I love Calling All Heroes as well. I love the community here, and I'm glad that you have found your way into the Calling All Heroes family. We are happy to have you, and we're gonna kind of wrap things up here. It's your second Chipotle Real Talk interview. I mean, I hope it's been a pleasure to have you here. But before we send you off, I have one more question I want to hit you
Yes.
with, and it's a bit of a personal one. Are you ready?
Yeah.
What is your Chipotle order?
Funnily enough, I've never ate Chipotle in my life, so I'm so
Ooh.
excited to eat Chipotle after this event.
Okay,
Everyone
what has been
wants me to.
recommended to you? Surely someone from your team has been like,
So my coach Chimanzi was like, you gotta get the burrito bowl, and then you're gonna get an extra tortilla, and then you're gonna make 2 burritos with it. I'm like, okay,
Ooh.
and that's what I'm gonna do.
that should be
Alright.
illegal. I'm not going to tell any of the Chipotle employees that you're doing that, but I mean, life hack, you just get a burrito bowl and an extra tortilla. Hey, we take those 100%. Well, enjoy dual wielding your burritos, and I'm sure we haven't seen or heard the last of you. Thank you for joining us, Zoe. It's been wonderful to have you.
Yeah, thank you. Y'all too.
That's not fair. That's just not fair. I have not been hip to the tortilla meta this whole time. I've just been ordering
Honestly,
my
though.
double meat burrito bowls like a plebeian this whole time. Little did I know, I can have 2 burritos if I just order tortillas and stuff them with my bowl.
Hey, you'll live and you'll learn. I love the Chipotle chips that we get here on our Chipotle player interview. That was actually really great to hear from Zoe and some of the insight that she had into kind of the team, how it's been operating, and of course, hearing about these players' journeys up to Calling All Heroes. It's probably got to be like one of my personal favorite things when it comes to these interviews and overall this tournament.
Yeah, Calling All Heroes for a lot of these players is not going to be the end goal, but it's going to be an important step in their growth and development. And it's something that I am so grateful that I get to be here and be a part of. And I'm very thankful that all of you in chat get to be here and support it and enjoy it with us. But unfortunately, chat, we have to cut you loose for a quick break before we come back. We've got a third map. We're not quite done yet today, but it's going to be a little bit. We'll get up some more heated, spirited debates about waffles versus pancakes in the chat here. Burritos clear them both. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. for all the armchair analysts out there, let's go ahead and have a quick look at Noble Chairs. Thank you very much for sponsoring Calling All Heroes. If you want to get the best armchair in the business, use the discount code Radiant for 10% off. Thank you again to Noble Chairs for the sponsorship. Get yourself one. They're comfy. I love them. And, you might want to get comfortable because we still got one more game to go.
And this one, it's gonna be a good one. Feel it. We have Timeless Celestial taking on Irizaki versus Tengoku for the 6th and final round of Swiss Stage today, which we're gonna have those standings up for you right about now. So just as a reminder, those top 8 teams, those are the ones that are gonna be qualifying to move on to our double elimination playoff bracket next weekend. Now, if we take a little look at 8th and 10th respectively, we have Timeless Celestial and Irizaki. So, essentially, whoever wins this game is basically guaranteed a spot within the playoffs.
And it's gonna get a little bit scary because you saw some of those other teams. There's a lot of 3-2s down there. Some of those are gonna become 4-2s. Some of those are gonna become 3-3s. If you're one of the 3-3s, your playoff spot is not guaranteed. So, for either of these teams, it has massive playoff implications. And again, you want to be in the playoffs for this major because you want to get as many points as you possibly can so you do not have to brave the hellscape that is last chance qualifiers if you want to buy your way into the championships in February. Time is running out. And, speaking of not having time, let's have a look at Timeless Celestial and their roster. Finally, a Timeless roster named after an Ed Sheeran song. They've been receiving my letters in the mail for months now. I've been begging and pleading, and they've picked up a pretty solid roster to fill that out.
Okay. I'm liking what I'm seeing out here other than the double Moira, but we'll revisit that if we do see a double Moira. Azure will be coming in onto this roster, a well-known DPS player within the Calling All Heroes scene. Garchomp, as well, has seen their fair share of competition throughout the entire duration of these Calling All Heroes events. And fun fact, everybody, they hear camels. I kid you not. That is what they have written down as their fun fact about them, is they hear camels. Anyone know what that means?
They hear camels? What? I mean, okay. Thank you, Garchomp. All right, well, you know what? I'm going to swiftly move on from that because I don't know what to do with that information. That's another... Garchomp is one of those tank players that I would kind of put in the same conversation as someone like Avery, who, is a little bit underrated, but a very, very strong tank player, a very strong Sigma player, was among the crop of extremely talented Sigma players in the previous minor tournament. For this major, though, I'm wondering if that's what they're going to come out here with, or if Garchomp has another look. And what is this team's identity as a whole? Because, they've got their big brother team, Timeless Ethereal, who's, still doing pretty strong, not as hot as they once were, but something big to live up to.
Yeah, I mean, Timeless, just having that title over your head makes it seem like you have to perform, right? And getting a spot in that playoffs, that's where you want to be. But with this squad standing in your way, we'll get a look at the next 5 players coming on in.
Yeah, it's going to be an Irizaki x Tengoku, which I've been informed is a Haikyuu ship. I haven't actually watched Haikyuu, but I do love volleyball, so... this team is ready to serve up some big plays. Hopefully we'll be seeing some of this dive composition that this is kind of alluding to, but a lot of these are kind of unknown names, people who haven't really made as big of a splash in the scene as some of the other players, especially, on the other side of Timeless Celestial. Like, we know Azure, we know Garchomp, but we haven't really seen as much from names like Monarch, like Blissful. There is definitely a lot for this team to prove. And hey, a win over a storied team like Timeless Celestial can indeed put you over that edge and also punch your ticket to playoffs. That's a great way to start making a name for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this team is, like you said, it's people that want to prove themselves, taking down a very notable opponent, plus potentially qualifying for the playoffs. All right, now we're talking, and of course, it's gonna start in an unfamiliar territory. Well, I say unfamiliar, it's been out for a little bit. Samoa will be where we'll be starting our journey for the 6th and final round of the Swiss stage today, and I do really love this map being an addition to the game of Overwatch. It offers some level of familiarities, with some points looking similar to other controls in the past, hence downtown, or if we look at other areas that are completely brand new.
Yeah, I mean, Volcano has a lot of identity to it. It's a kind of its own real thing here. Sometimes plays a little bit like Oasis University, but, you know, has that jump pad with the hole in the middle there. And also Lava, a new introduction into Overwatch. I mean, I really like Samoa as a map, and I think it's the first time that we get to see it, you know, at least today. And it has a lot of points where it might very well favor, again, a Doomfist dive if they want to go with that. I believe this point in particular is going to be phenomenal for that, but it does also serve the Sigma composition well. So which direction are these two teams going to go in? It seems both.
Both. There you go. That's the strong answer. What we kind of expected from our last matchup, we're going to actually get it here with Garchomp rolling out with the Sigma.
Nope.
Nope. Too soon. I gotta wait 10 seconds and then we can revisit this conversation, CB.
I really, okay, I always say don't get baited by the attacker spawns, but I really hate when you have like a whole coherent composition and then you just like, nah, you're trolled, get you baited, nerd. Switching all over to a Doomfist dive. But anyway, like we said, in this Doomfist mirror, a lot of the pressure is going to be on either Brigitte to try and hit the big whip shots, keep their backline, you know, keep some of the pressure off of their backline so they can maintain that LOS on the enemy Doomfist. A lot of pressure on the Anas as well to not lose LOS and to not get too distracted by some of the dives. We've got Tracers on either side. We haven't seen as much of her coming out in this composition.
No, not at all, but I wish we see more if this is how Blissful wants to start off the day, snagging Orion. Chinchil, though, firing right back. And that's going to be the thing here. The Timeless, they're going to have a tank to continue to push off of, not the sustain, to keep them alive, though. So, Inarizaki getting a strong start here with that wonderful play from Blissful and Monarch.
And it's the pickoff onto Orion. You can tell Garchomp had, you know, Azu had a bullseye on their forehead, and Garchomp wanted to try and capitalize on that, knowing that they didn't have the Ana to sustain. Tried to make a quick play, but got punished for it. But speaking of getting punished, Kuna gets punished for peeking out a little bit too far. Bion takes advantage.
You gotta be respecting your opponents, and same thing can be said for Monarch. Saw Orion sitting there nice and juicy for the pickin', but Sleep Dark, you gotta back on out, and in a matter of time, you saw the same thing come out. Garchomp attempted that, but the CD assist comes through. That was a sleep and a Bionade onto the tank player. The counterplay has been stellar thus far by Inarizaki. Blissful in particular, picking up a casual triple kill.
Blissful's Tracer is already, you know, showing why we're not going with a Genji variant here.
What?
That's a great pulse bomb. The sleep! Alright, mutually assured destruction. I go down, you're going down with me, says Orion. But you will take that if you are Inarizaki X10 Goku, because your Tracer is going to get back a hell of a lot faster than the enemy Ana is, and you get to keep the percentage ticking up. Early Nano Boost to keep the advantage.
Nano Boost coming out. Monarch just to buy more space to go on through. Tell Celestial, they haven't been that close to their ultimate so far. That will really be what this fight is all about for them, and they're not going to have too many coming out afterwards. So I'm a Celestial, it's on them to start to make a move. Orion's got the Nano Boost in tow, assuming that they're going to be able to live through this onslaught of damage of Impending Doom. Another sleep onto Garchomp, forces that Nano Boost a little bit earlier, doesn't really have the cooldowns to push on up a Kuno. Prime for the pickets there. Timeless Celestial, it's finally them coming up big, but you have to acknowledge Blissful. Blissful is still alive and kicking, doing way more than that to the backlines. And now Garchomp moving in on a down. That's Brigitte that should be falling shortly after. This is what Timeless Celestial needed.
I mean, in all of the fights that Inarizaki has been winning, it's been that they've been able to isolate and take down Garchomp first, and they're showing why Garchomp is such a threat. You leave them on the field for too long, they're gonna just pick up a 3K, but it does take a lot of time for that to manifest. 97% for Inarizaki X and Goku, and Timeless Celestial, yeah, sure they have ults to try and stagger this out, but they don't really have a whole lot of room for error anymore.
No, and that's kind of what you're pushing out, is knowing that you're on 1 point territory. How well can you pace yourself with this ultimate usage? And for the Timeless Celestial, if they start to get careless, then they're to come right back in and strike flat. Blissful has yet another pulse bomb to be able to pull our partner with so many other tools, but it'll actually be Timeless Celestial to pull the trigger first, overclock in play, but no heads in sight. So that one goes rather down to waste. We'll see that Inarizaki, they understand that they have time to work with. Pulse bomb doesn't find much, but Bion on the other side gets the Sojourn counterpart once again. Kuna keeps overextending with Blissful being shut down here. This has to be a regroup.
Yeah, and that's a heavy investment for Inarizaki X Tengoku, especially using that rally there, whereas Timeless Celestial able to hold on to their own there. I mean, they have a Pulse Bomb, they have a Nano coming up. This is getting pretty scary for Inarizaki. It's gonna be kind of up to Kuna or Blissful to find an early pick here. Because if Azu gets that nano up, you know, you have something, but you still kind of have to like buy your way into that. You still have a lot going on the other side. Orion's gonna have a nano of their own.
Yeah, and last time that this came out, Garchomp worked wonders with it. So whether you were dynoing Garchomp or somebody else, you're gonna be totally fine to run another day, especially with Jinjo on the hunt with that full pump looking for a sneaky one. And his back catches onto the wall. Oh, so close. No one was suspecting it to come on through, and that's just another resource. Garchomp didn't get the nano boost, or didn't get the opportunity to use the meteor strike. That is terrible for Timeless Celestial. Jinjo gets blown to bits, and Inarizaki, they're coming back in at the final time to Light Essential. They ran out of time themselves. They're the ones that are rather timeless here. Inarizaki striking back, getting that flip over. 99% about to hit. Last second touch. Garchomp will have a little bit of an opportunity to stall this one out. I see Jinjo rounding the corner. Oh, that's the recall already forced. The main resources are gone. There's just trickles of players coming back in, hoping for some sort of miracle, which we are simply not going to be seeing here today. Inarizaki and Goku looking pretty darn good out here for a squad that we first returned to as Nameless. We need to be paying attention to.
I mean, I would pay greater attention to Blissful, or maybe for the backline you pay less attention to Blissful, I'm not sure, but every single fight that Inarizaki x Team Goku are winning, it's because they're putting Garchomp in the dirt first. And what I feel like is happening here is they're afraid of Blissful on the Tracer, who's going to be constantly pressuring them, but has the blinks to dip and dodge out of cover, just be a distraction. And while their backs are turned, Garchomp is falling. All the punish is there from the other side. It's just the Tracer variation of this composition getting the better. And it's a little bit different from what we see when we see the Genjis, right? We see with the Genjis, it's the slam and then the follow-up, or it's the Sojourn rail body shot and then the follow-up with the dash. It's a completely different variation of this composition, but we're seeing a new way for it to play out, and Garchomp, I think, has had enough of it.
Understandably. If you're getting shut down that much, you switch it up. Go over to the hero with the Gut L classic boulder, just chuck it in Monarch's face, and bing, a bada bing, bada boom, right? Should be that simple. Oh, it is not. These characters are going to be fast. They're going to be swarming around Timeless Celestial, so they're going to have a big task to get ahead of them to slow down the pace of the game with all of these stuns, the CC that they have at their disposal, and get a cap.
There's a nice wall to section off Monarch there, and they do actually confirm the kill there. That's going to be massive. That's going to be Timeless Celestial taking the first cap here and the first advantage.
And that's what we need, right? Is you need to use the CC to your advantage. You only get one accretion. This May Freeze is going to help at close range and slowing down what Inarizaki wants to do, not allowing Blissful to set up.
And finding a good May wall against an enemy Doomfist is really, really difficult. You really have to pin him down into like a corner and also wait for him to bleed out all of his cooldowns to where he only has the power block. If that, Jinjo is able to do just that. Monarch nearly survives with the damage resistance from the power block and the healing that comes through, but without like a Baptiste immortality field on the other side, like once that wall comes down, you know, there's still a lot of damage that's gonna come through.
You have such a small bit of opportunity to work with, but Jinjo has been striking back. That's Blissful's head with an icicle in it. And the rest of exactly, they're out. They're not able to play this Doomfist the way that they wanted to. Timeless Celestial read this perfectly with the swaps that they've made and looks so much better as a result.
One great way to keep Blissful under control, I guess, is icicle lobotomies, and Jinjo dealing out just that. Almost has that Blizzard, but Garchomp is taking so much damage under so much pressure. 20 HP.
What? Okay, there we go. I was like, there's no way that Garchomp managed to live as good as Orion and the Mauler are. That's pushing your luck right now. And Timeless Celestial down on their tank, but May's essentially a second tank. So Jinjo has the ability to close this out, not only with the Blizzard, but the May walls coming in too. All the health in the world. Timeless Celestial, they're going to stall this out, and they're even grabbing Azu. With her going down, this is very much winnable. It has to take some super stellar play to come on back. That's Monarch's Meteor Strike into the back, like the rally on Overclock coming on in. This better be a fight that Inarizaki comes out on top of, because they're not going to get another one like this anytime soon. Monarch and Kuno, they know that, and are finally confirming the Elites.
I feel like they waited too long to pick that fight off, though, did Inarizaki x Tengoku. They had the advantage with Garchomp, but Monarch took a lot of damage, and there was a May wall in the face. They needed to try and heal up their Doomfist, and by the time they actually go in, Mauler can use the sound barrier, buy into the fight. Orion can pop that Amp Matrix to try and see if maybe Timeless Celestial have another way back in. But, I mean, aside from the sound barrier, that's an expendable ultimate. And an early pickoff like that means now you can press your ult advantage and go in. And Inarizaki, they have to respond.
They have to. The Nano Boost on to Monarch, who isn't able to do anything, especially with their other support stuck up in the sky. And Timeless Celestial, they took that opportunity relatively for free right now, and They've looked so good here on this map. Moving over to the Sigma, they've slowed down the pace, and now it's on Irizaki to attempt to touch.
Kuna's gonna touch. I don't know if that was in the window to trigger OT, but Azu being on point is going to be able to. Are they? They do. Okay, they do find the Lucio there, but it's just Stagger City. Huge pick off on the biome though. Maybe there's something here.
Yeah, okay, now it's done. Unless Monarch manages to skate out of the barrier, a rock that is a tank treatment. If I've ever seen one, Timeless Celestial changed the game completely. Now they're the ones that are driving the bus straight to a third point.
And like, you know, if you're a Doomfist composition, you need to be driving the bus right over the enemy composition, pressing your advantage. You take down the enemy Sigma. If you're not in a position to capitalize off that, you're gonna waste too much time trying to reset. And you know, that buys Timeless Celestial near, like, all the way up to 97%, where, you know, they're able to flip the point, and then it's suddenly like, okay, we have to trigger OT just to try and even stay into this. They find the pick off onto Bion, great, but like, you're just bleeding resources left and right. We're tied at 1-1 here, and we're going to this downtown point here on Samoa, and you know, we're gonna keep seeing the Sigma versus the Doomfist composition. And we've seen Irizaki get the better of the Doomfist mirror, but the Sigma composition for Timeless Celestial, they just feel a little bit more practiced on it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why we saw the Doom before. Perhaps they were expecting just to play that map a little bit different, just close quarters. But when you look at other things like the City Center here, you're looking darn good to pull this together. Our top right now has all of the shields to set up Bion. Relations come through. Monarch tries to dive in. We'll expect a Maywall at your back. Timeless, they have all bases covered, except maybe the one that includes a Bionade right now. The Tracer attempted to pick one of those off, but Blissful recalled out of danger. The off angle, slowly, they're starting to be surrounded. Lovely headshot. Kuna opening this one wide open. Finally, Monarch can dive on in with Blissful to look for a little bit more and get Irizaki under control.
And just all the life from Timeless Celestial gets squeezed out of them from every angle. At one side, you've got Blissful pumping in damage on your backline. From the other, you got a Bionade and a follow-up Doomfist. And from a third angle, you've got an off-angle Kuna with that charged overshot that's going to find the hit pick off onto the Mauler. And, you know, once you lose your Lucio there, you can't really weasel your way out of that corner that you've trapped yourself into there. Great play overall from Narizaki x Tengoku. They have to try and pin down Timeless Celestial's approach here. Keep doing that. Monarch takes a bit of damage and has to get out, should get healed up, and should be looking for an opportunity to go back in here. Timeless Celestial trying to leverage high ground to prevent it.
They're gonna get themselves on the height. Bion now has the angles to work with. But what's interesting about this map, CB, is it can be stalled out for so long. And the fact that Narizaki are in control, have that shot down onto Orion, and they don't even need to stall. They know that they have very much won that fight so far. Jinjo, maybe a little ice flow to the dome on the way out. The nano boost onto Monarch, though, a little bit later in the fight. But if Jinjo keeps hitting headshots, all right, I can see why this may have been needed.
I mean, the nano boost is, I think a little bit superfluous, but yeah, finding that pickoff is kind of, kind of good there. You get to buy yourself a little bit more time, get yourself a little bit more staggers there. Realistically, they won that fight off the back of just the pulse bomb, and you know, they still have a wealth of old mist to deal with this blizzard that should be coming out here from Jinjo.
Yeah, and Jinjo has a lot of power with this blizzard. There isn't necessarily going to be a counter. The hardest part is going to be catching people into that trap, especially if you don't have a team. Kuna overclocked to the backline. Bion goes down looking for the Mauler too. Immortality had to be committed to that one as well. The blizzard doesn't get anywhere at all. I believe it even got canceled as a matter of fact. Irizaki, there's flying colors moving through this battle. We're not even going to see Timeless Celestial get percentage on this point if this is the way that it keeps on going.
I really don't like that immortality field that came out there from Orion. They used the immortality field to try and keep Mauler alive, but Mauler had the beat, could have survived that without that aid, and ends up investing it anyway. And now Timeless Celestial, they have nothing. And Narizaki, they take this one handily, 100-0.
What a roller coaster ride of Samoa. 3 different looks, 3 different results. And this is really has to leave you to question, what in the world is the rest of the series going to entail? You have such big highlight moments as we're going to see from Monarch on this Doomfist, really getting themselves into a situation where they can dominate with the Doom, setting up the team wonderfully. But you also need to remember the result of Volcano, the Sigma comp, had the ability to shut them down completely as soon as they went tight quarters. That is where Timeless Celestial was able to sign, understanding that there wasn't as much space physically for Narizaki to move about in those little tunnels that we're going to see on that map.
Volcano was a very interesting point for a multitude of reasons. I think it's overall, Samoa is kind of showing us the parity that goes back and forth between this Sigma and the Doomfist compositions when we're trying to go head to head. I feel still like the Doomfist composition is superior, but there is still a lot that can go wrong, and we did see on Volcano, some things did go wrong, you know, some advantages that weren't pressed, some cooldowns that were forced, and, you know, some really clutch Mei walls and clutch icicles that came out from Jinjo, but overall, I really like the Tracer look with the Doom dive coming out from an Arizaki. I like Blissful's Tracer play. I think it's been phenomenal, been getting a lot of value, and Monarch is looking pretty solid on the Doomfist. This wasn't a player that, you know, I was, you know, looking at their hero pool and being like, oh, this is a Doomfist player we gotta be on the lookout for, but, you know, maybe now it is.
I mean, honestly, though, Monarch right now has been a wonderful person to help the rest of their team succeed. Kuna and Blissful, they're not doing this all by themselves. Even if Doomfist might not be the most flashy character, when you look at the kill feed, you'll see that little tiny box next to it. Those assists, those are the stuns coming in, the level of displacement to allow these shots to come through. That is what they're able to do. Monarch is able to do for their team, leading them as a true Monarch in that example. And, you know, it's got to be something that Timeless Celestial has to be acknowledging. Even if the Doomfist may not be the problem, in your eyes, at least in terms of who's getting the eliminations, it's the thing that's setting them up. The reason you can't work your own plans is because the pure existence of Monarch.
And it's not even just Monarch, too. Like, again, it is also Blissful on one side. You know, you got Monarch, you got Blissful, and then again, you've got the Sojourn on the other side. And when you've got, like, all of these parts surrounding you, it's chaotic, it's hectic. It's really hard to find, you know, which way do I go? Where do I turn my attention? What do I capitalize on? And that forces mistakes, like that Immortality field from Orion. Again, like, there had to be a better place that you could have put that, someone that needed it more. I think a Lucio who's holding on to a sound barrier isn't the best use, because, I mean, he's going to wall ride his way right out of the Immortality field anyway and then come back with that ultimate ability. And, you know, those are your two biggest sustainability tools, though, that ultimate and that ability. And if those are both gone, it's just a field day for the enemy team, especially as a dive composition. That lamp, it's the most important cooldown in the entirety of the composition. You force that out, you live to tell the tale, you win the fight. And now we're going to go ahead and start off on another fight. A new battleground has emerged. And when I say new, it's the oldest battleground in the book.
How new really is King's Row? Maybe if we saw Midtown, then we could say new, but no, we don't get Midtown. And honestly, looking at how that past map went, I think this is the best selection. When we saw Timeless Celestial start to succeed, was when you could physically pull the reins in on a team that was running this Doomfist, this high-paced comp. You are therefore giving them less room to work with. You know, you're not worried about them flying every which way. The corridors of King's Row play very well to a Sigma and a Mei, if that's what they want to pull out once again. Garchomp didn't look terrible on the Doomfist, but you're not seeing the same level of follow-up like we're seeing from Kuna and Blissful, and that comes to the superior positioning that they've been pulling out. That's arguably been the most impressive thing that we've seen from them, their ability to surround and take these off angles, staying alive all the meanwhile.
I would kind of like to see an Aizaki X Tengoku pull out a Mei composition here, just because Garchomp is 4 times weak to Ice-type moves. I made that same joke last tournament, and I'm going to keep doing it until somebody laughs. Please, chat. I need this.
Funny. Very funny.
We did also see a lot of, like, dive compositions coming out on either side in the past. You know, the Michael Wave matchup from before, where we saw a lot of Doomfist still being played, a lot of Winston still being played. So, you know, running that Sigma composition with the Mei for the side of Timeless Celestial might, you know, play well to the map geometry, but it doesn't really fully disqualify an Arizaki from getting value with their Doomfist composition.
No, there's still plenty of room for me to work. As you saw our last match, Doomfist was the name of the game. So that's not really all it comes down to. Will it be a little bit more challenging? Perhaps. It depends on the answer that Timeless Celestial decide to come out with. Since they picked the map, it will be up to their opponents to select whether they attack or defend first. So often, more times than not, they will choose to be just on that defense, so you have the opportunity to kind of shut that one down. And Hybrid fully comes down to that momentum type based gameplay. So when you're seeing this, when you're seeing teams start to snowball, we've seen it in both of our matches today, that if you fall over, they're struggling to get back up. They're already down and beaten. Might as well just go punch them into the ground a couple more times.
Yeah, well, we're at a point where if you're Timeless Celestial, you can but up till now, it's fall as many times as you want, as long as you keep getting back up. Well, I mean, you can't fall anymore. You don't have the time to get back up, because this is the last round of Swiss, and you want to make sure that you are not in that danger zone where you're putting up a 3-3 record and just hoping and praying for the best, because a lot of these other teams are going to be putting up the 4-2 record. The winner of this one walks away with a 4-2 record and all but guarantees that they will be amongst the playoff conversations once we get the full shakeup, once we see where all the Swiss standings land. But give yourself the best possible footing, the best possible way forward. If you're Timeless Celestial, yeah, if you get knocked down again, you might not get back up.
No, this is quite literally their last chance. The fact that they've already lost a map too in this series, I mean, you're not guaranteed a spot to go to the playoffs at all. You saw how many teams were at 3-2 as we started into this game, so knowing that your chances are even slimmer than before, it quite literally is do or die. Inarizaki, they're primed to continue running away with this map on King's Row if you don't have an answer for this Doomfist. It needs to be more consistent style of gameplay, not only for Monarch, but as well as Blissful and Kuro.
All right, Tiny, I'm going to put you on the spot right now.
Uh-oh.
All right. Which composition do you think is just the better composition? Doomfist or Sigma? From what we've seen all tournament long, which one do you feel is the strongest one?
The strongest one. I'm gonna give an interesting answer to this. I think that the Doomfist has the higher probability to do well, but also a higher probability to do worse. The Sigma is an overall middle baseline. If you can learn how to counter it out, then you're fine, but it's not easy to do, which is why I'm going to go with the Doomfist. I think you having this greater level of mobility, you're baiting out these very few cooldowns and isolating, disrupting, then I think that Izuraki Kanzoku running this Doomfist comp, that's going to get them much better places than what we'll see from a Sigma.
I'm tempted to agree. I think there is potential for the Doomfist composition to be the stronger one. I firmly believe that if played well, it is the best composition out there right now. But the problem is, yeah, there is a lot of margin for error. There's a lot of things that can be punished, especially the vulnerability that is your backline or any situation in which your Doomfist loses LOS of the backline. And the teams that have been practicing this composition understand that quite well, and they know how to play around that, and I think that's what makes it dangerous going up against a team like a Michael Wave, or indeed now a team like an Inarizaki X Tengoku, who is, I mean, if they make it into playoffs, they're going to be another one of those threats, one of those looming threats that has the knowledge to play the Doomfist composition effectively.
And there's so few in and out of them out there, so when you see a team like that, you need to be scared. And Garchomp and the rest of the time, they're sticking on this team. They're going to be more consistent with that. What else is consistent is Kuna knocking the head off of Jincho, and a beautiful thing to see from Inarizaki Tengoku. There's not really anyone from Time of Celestial that's going to contest the high ground, so Jincho takes a completely different approach.
I mean, it's not entirely clean. Blissful has to try and be the spearhead right now as Monarch isn't available to be just that. Jinjo has been sitting in spawn as the Widow this whole time, and they weren't able to get a whole lot of purchase with it. They do find that pickoff there, but Monarch is back. Timeless Celestial, they've taken some presence on the point, but they've swapped their composition to the Doomfist of their own.
I like it.
They've taken a bit of positioning here.
Yeah, you got Bayan now on the high ground. Izaki, they can come back in and contest should they choose to do so. That's exactly the plan coming out today, but that Bionade onto Garchomp, so incredibly low, has to look for the Mauler, and Orion, just a little bit of healing, and just like that, they're backing off. That percentage has stopped ticking up, and both teams, they're waiting for the other to make a decisive move, and it's once again Kuna to strike first, and Blissful Beast DPS duo has been ridiculous for their team coming up. As soon as we see these fights come to a standstill, they're usually the ones to find the picks.
That was really, really slow and methodical from both sides, which is not something that you typically see when it comes to these Doomfist versus Doomfist compositions. And Time the Celestial has decided, no, we're gonna go back over onto the Sigma. But the backline isn't equipped to keep Sigma alive the same way that they're equipped to keep a Doomfist alive. So now they're playing it because they have the Nano Boost and the Rally. But who do you use that on? Or do you even need it if Jinjo just finds a kill?
I mean, Jinjo getting that one off, that's excellent. And maybe a Nano Boost onto that can help a little bit further, but the rest of the team, they're locked up at the choke, and it has to be Jinjo to keep getting these eliminations. The power that Izaki has, they have all the ultimates to pull out and work with. Blissful gets 1 and 2 cut down, and Time of Celestial, that was their prime opportunity, but their competition, once again, is so slow. In Irizaki, they have this Doomfist, again, all these fast-paced heroes to just keep pumping it in, never giving up, never surrendering, and what looks like it would be the chance for them to work with Time of Celestial, but they're back at the choke.
everything that Jinjo found, which was a fair bit, Timeless Celestial's composition is just too slow to capitalize on it, like you said. And, you know, sure, they're finding all this positioning on Statue. They still have the threat of that nano boost and that overclock out, but they're going to go ahead and just kite it, play back. There we go. There's a nano overclock, and Kuna is going to fall.
Yep, Kuno's gonna fall along with the rest. Minarizaki X Tengoku here. Timeless Celestial, that took them so much to break through the choke, and it brings back to that question, is the Doomfist better in this scenario?
I mean, I think in this scenario where Timeless Celestial are very compositionally just in the weeds, I would like to see the switch up here from the backline, like go onto the BAP and the Lucio so you actually have the ability to play, you know, play something else, or maybe switch Garchomp back over onto the Doomfist. It feels very discordant here where we are, because we don't have to worry about the immortality field. Sure, we kind of have to worry about the sleep dart, but I mean, if you sleep dart a Doomfist, 9 times out of 10, he's gonna wake right back up and be really, really cross about it. So that doesn't really work out all that well. Like Timeless Celestial, they have to try and keep the momentum going, leverage the angles with the Sigma here and see if they can find something. Jinjo has been the master of finding something for his team. No, but searched a little too deep.
A little bit too deep, more like way too deep. That was 3 players, and Jinjo was trying to distract throughout that time, and going down there, you don't have that same frontline pressure. As you said, Timeless Celestial, they're in the weeds when it comes to compositions, and it has to be up to these decisive moves to make it happen. You got them all, bait, hook, and sinker. Within that small bookstore, easy pickings for Garchomp, that Gravitic Flux, massive.
Gravitic Flux is just such an insanely valuable ultimate, and Garchomp showing exactly why right there. They managed to bait everyone from Inarizaki X Tengoku into that bookstore without even the ability, like the use of a Mei. They didn't even need a Mei wall to do it. They just baited them in there and then struck while the iron was hot. And now they're at risk of capping here. Great accretion to put Monarch in check, but Monarch has that Meteor Strike.
The Meteor Strike, and likely a Nano Boost coming out onto either themselves or Blissful, should they even need it. Actually, the Nano Blade, to be more specific. Blissful stunned back up, wants to get the Brigitte out, and the Brig never dies. There we go, finally gets the strike that they wanted to do so, and Inarizaki, they're making it quick, clean, and simple, using their resources to the max.
Good use of the map geometry there from Mauler. Blissful, careful there. Almost in.
Oh no!
That's a little bit unlucky. I think Blissful should be back in time before the fight kicks off, and losing Garchomp there means Timeless Celestial is going to take a while to regroup. That Dragon Blade almost didn't kill the Brig in time to still be able to kill Orion as well. So it was, you know, great play there from Mauler, but it wasn't quite enough. Being able to find that backline is all you can really ask for a Nano Blade situation. But Inarizaki, they're going to have to rely entirely on Barry's rally here coming up. They don't have anything else. The coffer's running pretty dry, and they've lost Monarch.
That's terrible. You don't have much else to work with, plus the Nano Blade. All right, that good old cherry on top. Getting that out in a fight that you are already set to lose is not bad at all for Inarizaki Tengoku. The time bank is low, and you only are going to be looking at a 2-minute defense.
We've got another Gravitic Flux coming out for Garchomp. That rally for Fiery's finally, about to come online. And there could be a little bit of counterplay there, but the timing on that is going to be a little bit dicey. Timeless Celestial, you know, making wine out of water with this composition so far. That's a great accretion. They're trying to deny some of that high ground presence, take it for themselves, and keep holding this corner. Don't allow Inarizaki to get comfortably past this corner.
This is the best spot that you're going to have to hold on to, and Bion shut down with the overclock. Beautiful for Timeless Celestial, but as long as they deal with Jinjo, they should be okay to get a nice stop. We know how difficult that this little S-curve of King's Row, the final boundary, can be to complete.
It's pretty clean for Inarizaki. I mean, they utilized that rally, but they still managed to hold on to the nano boost that they're building up to. They've got the Meteor Strike. They've got the Overclock. They still have to worry about that Gravitic Flux, but they're going to have a lot more to deal with it if they should need to. I mean, it'll probably force out that Meteor Strike from Monarch, but you take that trade. Gravitic Flux is such a high-value ultimate. If you can bait that out and not make it bloodless, you take that.
Whoa! Oregon now an overclock to backline. Beautiful boulder coming up through, but this is exactly where Kuna wants to be. That's 3, that's 4. No 5K for you, Kuna, but a 4-piece plus an overclock, not too bad in the eyes.
And it ends up being kind of a clean fight for Timeless Celestial. They don't invest anything into that. They kind of just, fall over and die. Which is, all you can really ask for when you're going with against the Nano Overclock. That's a ton of value coming out from that ult combo. And, you know, Inarizaki x Tengoku, now they only have the Meteor Strike, so maybe Timeless Celestial can make something out of this. The problem, though, is they're running out of time to do it. 20 seconds on the clock. This might be an overtime cap, if a cap comes at all.
That's really going to be it. It is an overtime cap. There is no other option. And getting as far as you can, that's got to be it. Timeless Celestial, they'll have all the ultimates in the world to work off of, but being afraid, of course, of Monarch in your backline, Blissful coming up onto this Dragon Blade. Something's got to happen, and Monarch takes their time with this. That's full supports down. Never committed to that Meteor Strike and lost two of those big tools to come on through. Suddenly an overtime push, looking much more practical.
So Monarch wanted to go in and use the Meteor Strike offensively to try and take out the enemy backline, but realized that their own backline was in danger and tried to go all the way back for it, and that was a critical mistake because now the Rabbinic Flux comes out. There's no tools that they can use to stop it. Timeless Celestial continue to press their advantage.
They had all of the ultimates heading into this final fight here on their own attack and have exploited them perfectly when you want to look at that. Was it sloppy? Yes, but at the end of the day, you made it to the finale of King's Row and have set the task now for Inarizaki to complete the map.
I think that was holdable there. I think Monarch fumbled the bag. I think you commit to that Meteor Strike on the enemy backline, you're probably going to lose your own. They were definitely scared of Jinjo, and, you know, for how much of a threat Jinjo's been on this Genji, of course you would be, but you don't have to peel all the way back. Bring your Meteor Strike from one end of the point to the other just to try and deal with that threat. I definitely think the better choice there was to try and keep the pressure up onto the enemy backline, try and stop the follow-up that would inevitably come through, because Jinjo builds with that Dragon Blade, sure, you kind of deal with that, you take it as it comes. You're going to have your support ultimates when you come out of the spawn, or any support abilities, anything you can use. It's very scary there. That's a critical error there, and
yeah.
I mean, if we end up going into extra innings and Inarizaki don't put time up on the bank on their attack, I think they're going to be kicking themselves for that one.
And I mean, it's hard, right? Because Inarizaki and Goku, they looked so darn good throughout the majority of this map, to just making these tiny little errors, tripping over your own feet, you could even say, that it's what cost them in the long game. Timeless Celestial are a team that will exploit your smallest weaknesses, those tiniest things that they can pick apart. They'll flip it the script and turn it into something that they can work off of, and that's really what we ended up seeing there on that third and final point. You would have loved to see more of a defensive hold, especially given how well Inarizaki have looked thus far in this series, and now they're in a spot that they need themselves to get that momentum up and going. Going to a map 3 here, actually, CB isn't going to guarantee either one of these squads a spot within that top 8.
It's really scary, you know, being on this thin of a margin, you know, being trapped right in the middle of the standings, where, yeah, you could make playoffs, or you might be forced to sit on the sidelines and watch, not get those circuit points, and end up having to go through LCQ if you ever want to see the light of day in Champs. That's rough, that's scary, that's a lot of pressure, and it feels like right there, Inarizaki x Tengoku maybe cracked under the pressure, second-guessed themselves when they really didn't need to, and Timeless Celestial get that cap handed to them. Granted, it is in overtime, so, you know, it's not perfect. There's still room for Inarizaki to come back if they're able to get the cap with over a minute. That puts themselves back firmly in the driver's seat, where it's either a win or draw situation that Timeless Celestial wants no part of, but Timeless Celestial, they've set themselves up for extra innings. You can't really ask for more with that narrow of a time bank.
No, this is close, right? This is real dang close. So even if Timeless get it full cap, it's possible, but it can't even be over a minute. So it's going to be down to the wire in this map. And of course, they're going to be sticking with that Sigma. But again, you look at that backline, still Orion and the Mauler on the Ana and Brig themselves. Doesn't really have the pace to keep up, like you said, CB.
We'll have to see what these teams come out here with. Timeless Celestial, interesting that they're going with the Ana Brig and keeping the Sigma. I definitely feel like they should be going a little bit more in favor with, you know, what we've seen out of the meta typically. Azu maybe. What?
That should not have happened. Garchomp does not have that range. Where in the world was Azu positioned where that happened? I mean, you'll go ahead and take those any day of the week, but now it's Goku. That's just almost a full 30 seconds bought off the clock.
Yeah, you will absolutely take that for free as defenders here. And, you know, Timeless Celestial, they can keep their positional advantage, keep the pressure up, keep Garchomp up at that choke, lead even more time off the clock here. Yeah, that's just a critical mistake you don't want to make, and I mean, that's gonna start to mount up if we keep seeing those critical errors coming out from an Arizaki.
No, you can't have that. As we've said before, the Doomfist comp is great when you're all working together. It is very easy to do things wrong on that. Speaking of that, Jinjo finding himself in a bit of a tricky situation, has the dash to get out, but just barely. This positioning from Orion, it's not going to last much longer now that they know exactly where they are positioned. That Inurazaki, they want to go in, but Fiery goes down first. Inurazaki, somehow they're losing their supports because Garchomp just marches straight towards them.
And it's also a huge bio-nade from Orion from way up there on high that ends up setting that up, and the follow-through damage that does come through from both Jinjo and Garchomp to close that one out. And there's not really a way that they can effectively dislodge Orion up there, so it's a great play for them to keep the Ana up on the high ground there. You're going to be looking at Kuna to maybe try and pressure the Ana out, or maybe Blissful to go in with a dash, but at that point, you're committed if you go in with that cooldown. You can't, you're at risk of falling to an accretion, you're at risk of baiting out cooldowns yourself. You gotta go in as a collective.
And they've been yet to do that so far. Even Blissful now just dash in by themselves, gets so dang low, and has to go out to be healing up. Inurazaki, they're so split and uncoordinated. This is so strange, considering how well they've appeared to be synergized in this past couple of maps.
Yeah, it feels like the wheels might be falling off here, but there's still time for them to come up with something. Blissful may have just found it, but they can't confirm the kill onto Jinjo, and I mean, we're still positioned kind of all over the place for an Arizaki, but we're still alive, and that's something.
There we go, they're inching forward step after step, and with the nano boost built up, that is how you break and enter, smashing the door to bits. Even just defeating Garchomp in a small room elimination would be great, sure, but if there's a nano blade unleashed on your backline, it doesn't even matter if the tank is alive or not. Triple kill for the Genji, looking for even more, and what looks so good, Inurazaki and Goku, they still appear to be crumbling under the pressure.
They look so lost right now. They have no access to Orion. The only time that they're able to get access to the backline, yeah, they find the pick up there onto Bion, but the Nano Blade still comes out. There's nothing they can do about it. They don't have the ults because they haven't gotten enough work done. Ults are now starting to come online. There's the Dragon Blade, but there's no Nano. It's a naked blade, and yup, just a shield bash away. This blade's gonna find nothing.
That's it, and Blissful thankfully gets to keep their life for the sake of Inurazaki, but you're looking at a Gravitic Flux and an Overclock on the side of Timeless Celestial, and it's only going to take one of those things to shut you down. It's going to be Bion, hits that first shot. Everyone else is stuck up in the sky, even if Garchomp may not get that certain value. This is still Final Flight, and that was 5 ultimates in the past 2 from Inurazaki.
Yeah, Rally, Overclock, and Dragon Blade all invested, and you don't get squad for it. They're gonna make some compositional swaps. They're swapping over onto the Sigma. This is a more traditional composition, but this feels too little too late. They're not gonna have any time to build up to anything. Their only real hope here is if Blissful gets a big wall onto Garchomp, or Kuna finds some sort of pick somewhere. One of those two things needs to happen, or this is game over, and we go to map 3.
And the mail was already placed out onto the high ground, so it has to be Kuna! There you go! Magic pickoff! They need to snowball it towards a second for Kuna. Maybe the composition swap, all that they needed for Kuna to finally have the support to land and charge these shots necessarily. Inurazaki, against all odds, squeak their way past the first point of King's Row.
Ideally, this should force swaps out from Timeless Celestial, because now in Arizaki X and Goku just have a firm compositional advantage. They're able to find the pickoff onto Kuna, and yeah, you can see Timeless Celestial, they're gonna pull out a May of their own. I imagine we're gonna see Mauler or Orion swap eventually. Maybe they feel like they're too close to their ults to do so, and they don't want to go back and stagger and waste time. So I would try and build to a Nano, throw it out, win a fight, swap to the Baptiste. Otherwise, in Arizaki X and Goku, they should just win off the off the compositional advantage and off the snowball from capping that first point.
They'll have the ultimate advantage right now, and Jinjo recently swapped on over, and even the support line now, it's going to be much more of a problem for Timeless Celestial. Not having the speed and this Nano, it's got to be worth it for Orion. That's your reasoning for sticking onto the support composition. It needs to do something. The Bionade, of course, is nice to look at. Purple, certainly my favorite color, but it's not enough time to do enough damage. And the bash into the backline, Timeless Celestial, they're playing fully on the high ground right now. The dive attempt coming on in, just strange to say. Look at the only person who's practically contesting them is going to be Kuna, and the rest of them just get beaten up on the low.
I mean, that's a pretty good fight for Timeless Celestial, being able to win that off of just the rally. I mean, I still would like to see compositional swaps here, but you have a pretty beefy ult bank to match an Arizaki X Tengoku's here. I think this next fight is going to determine just about everything, and with only a minute left, it very well might be. We've got a Flux for a Flux, a Blizzard for a Blizzard, potential dueling overclocks, and a Nano for a beat. Who's it going to be? Is the pain train going to keep going? Is an Arizaki X Tengoku going to keep marching forward, or do Timeless Celestial put a halt to it right now?
Starting us off both sides, Jinjo versus Blitzball, and it's Blitzball that shall be falling. Still players frozen up on either end, but having this Gravitic Flux, that's going to be the name of the game, but it's slipped! Monarch takes a nap! Mid-flight last thing you want to see from your tank player, and now Timeless Celestial, they're wiping the floor clean of Irizaki Tengoku. 20 seconds to get a contest and nothing to work with.
It's going to be entirely neutral unless Mauler is able to build up to a rally or Azu is able to build up to an Amp Matrix, but you're not going to have a positional advantage where you can use that Amp Matrix effectively. Kuna nearly dies just even trying to get in. I don't even know if there's going to be a touch that comes through with the Maywalls coming in. No, and Arizaki X Tengoku, they can't touch, and Timeless Celestial take us to a map 3.
Oh, baby CB, we knew it was coming. It is a map 3 coming our way. Wouldn't have it any other chance. And, I mean, this was wonderful. This is what the change of pace that we wanted to see. Garchomp going over to the Sigma. They took advantage of the sloppiness that we saw from Irizaki, and it was something that they never could recover from after that small time bank. They made the proper swap, sure, but with the small, like, maybe like 2 minutes max that they had on that Sigma composition is not nearly enough to force the good fights to actually take, and just suffered by pure compositional diff.
And towards the tail end there, you know, I highlighted how great of a Sigma player Garchomp has been in the past. They showed a lot of discipline as well when it came to utilizing that Gravitic Flux. We came to that situation where it was nearly identical ult banks across the board, but on one side you had a Lucio Bap, and the Lucio had a sound barrier. On the other side, you had an Ana Brig that had nothing. That sound barrier very well could have turned it for an Arizaki X Tengoku, but that got forced out, and Garchomp waited until that overhealth had depleted before letting the Gravitic Flux rip, and there was nothing left to try and weather that storm because it had all been used to try and keep everybody alive throughout the blizzard. And I don't even know how Timeless Celestial were able to withstand the blizzard that came out from the other side, but they did, and because they did, and because Garchomp waited for the exact right moment to pop that Gravitic Flux, even if it didn't look flashy, it was clutch, it was key, and it helped seal the win. And we're going to a map number 3.
Yep, that's it. This is the series that is going to go to a map 3. Qualification for the top playoff bracket is on the line right now. Maybe it's not a guarantee since we're going to game 3, CB, but it's exactly where these squads want to do. Timeless Celestial, so that they're not going down without a fight. They're keeping themselves in it all the way to Flashpoint.
Unfortunately, no matter how much of a fight you put up, one of these two teams is going to go down, and the other very well may have punched a ticket to playoffs, but we'll have to see. I bet there is going to be a fight, and it's going to be a bloody one. Potentially 5 fights, because we're going to be taking it to Flashpoint. We'll have to see which map they end up choosing, New Junk City or Suravasa. I suspect Suravasa because, you know, that does favor the Doomfist composition a little bit more, and for an Arizaki X Tengoku having the advantage, yeah, it is going to be Suravasa. I think of the two, that's definitely the one that you go with here.
Yeah, as you said, much better for that Doomfist. Of course, the Sigma is an option, but if you don't get set up, you're not getting anywhere. That's kind of where you're sitting, right? I mentioned this a little bit earlier too. It's like when you're running this Doomfist comp, you're running it with more mobile heroes, and those more mobile heroes allow you to take more fights. You have greater uptime in the battle. So as you're looking at a Sigma composition, you have slower, you have less opportunities to work with, and especially when you need to be on an objective for a certain amount of time, the ability to stall out, move quick is just so dang good, especially on Suravasa.
I do also kind of like the composition. You know, I kept calling for compositional swaps out of the side of Timeless Celestial in the previous game. I do also kind of like, though, that as long as the Doomfist is out, they're not really going with the Mei, because the window to try and find one of those good walls, was that a pun? I don't even know. To find a good wall on an enemy Doomfist is very, very narrow. You're not going to find those all too often, so going for something that can harass his backline and something that can, you know, be a little bit of a constant nuisance, make him a little bit less comfortable, give it less access to that enemy backline, with the Genji, I kind of like that against the Doomfist, and I do kind of like that Timeless Celestial identified that. I still feel like there's you know, some value to the Bap Lucio, but if they're gonna go that way, that is a great way that they can find some value with that on a break backline and you know, still run the Sigma composition against the Doomfist just to kind of play into Garchomp's strengths here. But I mean, speaking of strengths, these are two very strong teams, and it's going to be a shame if we don't get to see one of them in playoffs. On the one side, we've got Monarch and the gang looking to etch themselves as the new kings here, and on the other side, Timeless Celestial looking to write their name in the stars. If you want to do either of those two things, you gotta get to playoffs, and you gotta win here on Suravasa to make that happen.
Inarizaki next to Goku, this is their chance. This is their chance to make that name for themselves and get to the playoffs, have a shot at claiming these points and cash prizes and everything else that goes along with it, courtesy of Be Quiet. So this map is everything for them. It's everything for Timeless Celestial to have that opportunity to continue their composition. We know these players, we love them, and for them to end their journey here is that's something that they do not take lightly. This will be going all steam ahead when it comes to this map of Suravasa rolling out on market. Not going to say anything about compositions until these gates truly open, but let's just say things are cooking in the kitchen.
Have we finally learned our lesson to not try and predict what's going to happen based on attacker spawns
Watch them
when everybody's
keep it.
still in the spawn room?
Watch them keep it, though. I will honestly, I'm here for it. Do they keep it?
Yeah, no, there's no shot in Arizaki
Man.
sticking with a ball comp. There's no shot. Yeah, they're going to swap back over to that dive comp. Timeless Celestial, though, this is interesting. They're going with the traditional Sigma composition, but they are forsaking the Mei in favor of the Genji. But the Genji's not going to have as good a healing with the Bap Lucio as he would like to, you know, when you have like a Brig that can constantly just throw you packs, or an Ana that can spare a heal shot here and there. So the Timeless Celestial, they're going to get the first, first positioning here, but Monarch with a slam, looking to take that away.
Monarch with a slam. Monarch slamming to the ground 6 feet under, to be more exact. Timeless Celestial, them switching over to this support composition. I think that's actually a very good decision for them when you see where Orion is now much safer to be able to play.
Yeah, and that's gonna, kind of force like some sort of compositional, misplay here, where someone's gonna have to try and dedicate themselves to dislodging Orion up there. And there's not really anybody on Inarizaki X Tengoku that can realistically do that, save for maybe Kuna. But you have to try and invest that slide there. Monarch could do it if he wasn't dead.
Monarch's the first one to go down a second time in a row. Jinjo is doing a very similar thing, just taking advantage of the damage the team does. As soon as they're called out low, then guess what? Slice a dice shuriken to the face. Goodbye, Inarizaki.
And Monarch, they're gonna go ahead and swap over onto the Sigma here, so I don't feel like they think they're getting as much value out of the Doomfist as they would have liked to. We saw the same compositional swap coming out from them towards the end of King's Row, but it was too little too late. I think they've just decided, we better not wait until the last possible second to make this swap, and we should match this now. So now we are back where Timeless Celestial are going to be at a disadvantage. The Genji for the Mei, and this composition, the Mei should get more value.
In theory, yes, but it depends on, can anybody stop Jinjo? You don't really have that Genji to kind of chase after them, and that's going to give Timeless Celestial a bit of an advantage here. They have been on this composition for quite some time that Inarizaki to Goku, it's going to take them so long to catch up.
I mean, and that's entirely clean from Timeless Celestial. They use the Ant Matrix, and yeah, sure, it does get walled off, but really, who cares? Because, you still get to hold on to everything else under the sun. You're gonna have a Blade, you're gonna have a Flux. And Arizaki X Tengoku, yeah, they made all those compositional swaps, so they are not even in the same zip code as any of those ultimates right now.
No.
There's a Blizzard that might come up eventually, but by the time that's up, Timeless Celestial should have already won this next fight.
Between both the Blade and the Ravenous Flux, hopefully only one of the two for that sake. Immortality going on out. Nice boop to keep Jinjo back, and it ends up working out. Defensive Immortality field thrown on in. It would actually be blissful to fall off the Black, and the Blade itself doesn't do too much, but Jinjo perfectly capable on their own.
The Genjis today have all been phenomenal. We saw Zoe earlier. Jinjo is definitely gonna be in that conversation, especially if Timeless Celestial walk away with the dub here. And just like I said, the Blizzard is now online for Inarizaki X Tengoku. They have a lot of ultimates online, sure, but in the time it took them to build them, Timeless Celestial, they've already won the fight. They're already ticking it up, and they've got plenty in the coffers to deal with anything Inarizaki X Tengoku can throw at them. They've got the beat, they've got the flux, they've got an overclock of their own. How do you approach this if you're Inarizaki?
in Narazaki right now, they have 4 ultimates, make that 5 as a matter of fact. If they can just live through this gravitic flux, then they're gonna be okay. You check out the Blizzard and maybe the Ant Matrix on it. It is absolutely wonderful to negate a lot of this damage. So Primal Celestial, they're still investing 2 of their big ultimates. Maybe it's a, 4 for 2 trade, but as long as Narazaki can start to get some of that momentum back on their shoulders, fine, but the Mauler picks up 2? They can't lose this CB. They can't. They use 4 ultimates and still go down. This is unacceptable.
That is a hero play from the Mauler there. So Narazaki x Tengoku, even if they had lost that fight, as long as they got the flip, they would have been sitting pretty there. And there was a couple players that were sat back trying to make that happen. Mauler goes and deals with them themselves and just dispatches them. 2v1, takes them down, and now Time of Celestial, like you said, they made an Narazaki x Tengoku invest all those ults into the fight and still not even win it. And now, look at Jinjo, got another blade, and we got dueling overclocks on either side, but Time of Celestial, they're already in position, they're already letting it rip.
And speed, they're going on in, Vian knocking down these shields, and Narazaki, they're not gonna get anywhere near this objective for the first capture, and that in on itself is enough for Time of Celestial to be able to work off of, unless Kuna can find an opportunity to strike on back from the high wall. Mayweather putting their face top, trying to sneak on away, but the Space Grandpa too slow, float away from Blissful's Ice Beam. The Brave went in 2 from Jinjo. All right, Time of Celestial, that is not what you wanted to get out of your DPS ults, and it allows Narazaki to come back in a fight that they arguably should not have won.
That's the value of the Mei. That's why you're gonna see Jinjo make the swap over onto the Mei after investing that Dragon Blade. That's a great play there, but it's Blissful's wall that ends up winning that fight for Narazaki. The fight was taken so far up by Timeless Celestial that when that overclock came out, they knew they had to kite it, and they kite themselves right back to the point, but Garchomp gets split off, and now here comes the Blizzard.
The sneaky Blizzard from behind that's on from Blissful. It gets onto Garchomp plenty. The tank out of the way. The rest of Narazaki is free to kind of push up and just grab these eliminations, making them easy, bolstering their ultimate.
Nice little accretion there. Kuna gonna go ahead and snag the kill there, and now in Narazaki, they can breathe a sigh of relief as they can finally sit a little bit comfortable, get themselves set up. That was a great Blizzard there from Blissful. They take down Garchomp, and that's what you want to do. That's the value with the Mei. You either use the wall or use the Blizzard, whatever you can to section off the enemy Sigma. And now Garchomp, they can't even really find a way in. That Ant Matrix is just going to buy time. Time of Celestial have to kite it around. There might be a touch from the Mauler, but no, there's too much pressure. That's an Narazaki x Tengoku taking the point.
I was just about to say that Narazaki, they're going to have to reverse sweep this map, but the fact that they denied that last fight altogether is massive from them. They get to hold on to those main systems. Ant Matrix will be back up in no time, and it's just going to be a matter of can they get to that next point. Orion uses the Ant Matrix so early just to prevent them from rotating.
I mean, that's an ultimate down the drain. I mean, you do have the positional advantage if you're Timeless Celestial. The point is behind where they're positioned right now. They're going to take first capture on it. But now you got some ults from Narazaki that you're going to have to worry about, and here comes the first one.
Yep, Flux going on and out, not willing to keep their head around the corner. Immortality Field, though, still in play. He's going to keep cooldown out of the picture, and even then, you still end up losing out on Jinjo. This is what I'm talking about with that positioning. Kuna is always on this off angle, ready to fire those shots at anybody who is unsuspecting.
I mean, that ends up being an okay fight for Timeless Celestial, because in Narazaki, they invest that Gravitic Flux. You don't invest anything. You're going to have nearly a full house of ultimates here, but I mean, in Narazaki, they're not completely without a tool themselves. They're going to have another Blizzard soon. They're going to have an Overclock. As long as they don't let Jinjo get value with their Blizzard first, and Narazaki x Tengoku should be sitting pretty here on this point and might be looking to tie things up.
I mean, they're vibing right now. Ion opening is up with the overclock. Nice Maywall slowing down a little bit of that progress, but a Maywall on the other side. Jinjo locking players into place. Fiery even committed. That sound barrier, that's not going to be enough to keep your tank alive. And this is a heavy investment from Narazaki Tengoku. And the hard part with this, too, is that you just don't have the time to turn this one back around. That's 2 big ults down the drain.
It's a heavy investment, but I think it's worth it. They really wanted to keep Monarch alive, and if they were able to keep them alive, that would have, kept them in the fight long enough to maybe build up to that Blizzard, but it just wasn't in the cards. There was too much focus fire, the wall, the Blizzard, just about everything you could have asked for on the side of Timeless Celestial, and Garchomp gets to hold on to their Gravitic Flux now. So if you're Narazaki x Tengoku, you gotta try and take a fight, and you gotta get that ultimate out no matter what, and hopefully take another fight after that.
you don't really have an answer to this gravitic flux, so the Chomp can just initiate it whenever that they would like to. Ideally getting the immortality out of the way to find value, but holding these cross angles is rather risky. Monarch's gonna have one on their own, and the baller, no sound barrier in sight either. Comboing this up with the Blizzard as well. Just double the damage, the deadliness that this is going to have. Somehow, some way, the shield for Chomp manages to keep them alive. The point flip back over to Irizaki. They're the ones that are pushing those double keys, don't even know how to back up because they don't need to. 95% and counting. CB, they're looking on the brink of a reverse sweep of this map.
I mean, it all has to come down to this. That's a great gravitic flux from Monarch to open that fight up, by the way. Very sneaky to use the fly to go around the backside where Timeless Celestial were not looking. Guard Chomp didn't get the chance to use theirs, so they still have it. But I mean, if you're in Arizaki X Tengoku, you need to make that change. You need to make that investment. You need to make that happen to keep yourself in this fight. Get yourself the early position on Gardens here. This is where it's all going to come down to. One of these teams could be playoff bound. The other may very well be going home. Who's it going to be?
Time of Celestial Gravitic Flux coming on up. A bunch of Valley Immortality field forced out. Arizaki, they're regrouping behind us. Matrix that can easily force out players like Raidiant, who was just stuck out in no man's land. Blissful working their magic on the Mei as always. That's what we're talking about. The Mei versus this Genji here, especially at points like this, CB. It's gonna be all the difference.
I've actually only just now realized that Timeless Celestial made that swap back to the Genji. Like, I don't like that. I don't agree with that. You're giving up so much value if you're not running the Mei in this mirror composition because you can't section off the enemy tank. You can't deny the enemy and matrices. You just have to kite. Your whole deal is, you try to harass the enemy backline, but you're susceptible to accretion. You're susceptible to the Mei freeze. You're gonna be susceptible to an overclock coming out from Tuna.
Beautiful headshot! Jinjo goes down, and that's the thing. You don't have the Mei. Mei could take that, just saying. And right now, Irizaki Tengoku, they're looking down the barrel of one more fight to complete this map.
One more fight. The ult advantage is in favor of Timeless Celestial, sure, but I mean, one pick could just nullify that entirely. I'm looking at Jinjo to try and come up on that Dragon Blade, make this Genji pick worth something. Bion gonna pop the overclock. Is it going to find anything?
Has to. It can't be a question. It has to find something right now. Timeless Celestial, they're on their last live, and they're not gonna have Jinjo. Blade is down. It's only the support ultimates to be able to go with the Blissful. That's the Blizzard. It's getting frosty out here. We know it's getting close to winter, and it might as well be one. Timeless Celestial, they are falling one after one. Blissful nails the coffin shut, and the reverse sweep to come back on Desur of Fossa and Irizaki. It's Tengoku. Move on.
Timeless Celestial looked to etch their names in the stars, but Inarizaki X Tengoku spiked them right back down to earth, and Blissful really shows the value of this Mei pick. I don't agree with Jinjo swapping off of the Mei over onto the Genji. I mean, they may have been able to make it work. Timeless Celestial could have maybe gotten some value out of it, but falling before that Dragon Blade comes up is crucial, and Blissful living to get the Blizzard is the final death nail in the coffin, and that might be the entire tournament run put to bed for Timeless Celestial. It was a great fight. They looked phenomenal on King's Road. They looked clean, but in Arizaki X Tengoku, they bounce back, and they look interesting. They're going to be an interesting team to follow here, potentially very scary.
Interesting is the word to put it, but we know who they are. We know that this is a team that you want to keep an eye on because of their level of unpredictability. They're one of those squads that can look good on either one of these compositions, and that is going to be one of their strong points as we look forward to seeing them potentially qualify for those playoffs. Of course, we're not going to know that final Swiss stage until all of these teams wrap up their matches, and we'll get a better idea of that after this break. But before we look at that, we want to see what really went on in this final map that we kind of saw here. Jinjo, again, an excellent Genji player, we don't doubt that at all, but the value that's being lost between the Mei, between the Genji, it's enough to turn an entire map and lose an entire series.
Yeah, and it's just kind of this compositional thing. I don't think Genji and Sigma work all that well together. Especially going up against an enemy Sigma and a Mei. If you're playing against a Doomfist composition, sure, because you're not going to get as much value out of the Mei. You want to try and put some pressure onto Doomfist backline, but against the Sigma composition that's going to be playing this tightly, that you're going to have a Lucio, a Baptiste, an Immortality field you have to go against. You're going to have the boops coming out from the Lucio, and the entire time, your backline doesn't have access to heal you to try and keep that pressure up. They don't care about you. They don't, you are Genji, we don't care. We don't even need to deal with you. You know,
No.
even a Genji as strong as Jinjo couldn't get as much value, and I
Yeah.
think that is a compositional misstep that happened from Timeless Celestial at the absolute worst time, and Inarizaki X Tengoku are able to reap the benefits. That has been a phenomenal game,
Wow.
a lot of back and forth, and a new name that we might need to keep on the tip of our tongues as we
Sure.
go into next weekend. And Inarizaki X Tengoku may very well have punched their ticket to the playoffs. We're going to have to see how things shake out. We'll take a look at that, as well as have our Chipotle MVP and Real Talk interview on the other side of this break. Chat, don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you guys all took a deep breath, because I know I had to. That was a very tense moment there. It's not often that it comes down to the last point on Flashpoint, on the last map of the series, for it to be decided. And when you're in that kind of situation, there's a lot of pressure on your backs, and Inarizaki X Tengoku did show that they can bounce back from that pressure. And at the forefront of that is going to be our Chipotle MVP. Can you guess? It's Kuna.
Kuna coming in big throughout the series. On the Sojourn, the amount of fights that they were able to open up just by snagging an elimination, hitting a rail shot, allowing Blissful or their tank on Monarch to engage was absolutely massive. They had such a big impact on the overall series and are well deserving of our Chipotle MVP.
And like I've said time and time again, the Sigma composition, one of the things that forces the transition from the poke style into the brawl style is when you find an opening pickoff as a Sojourn, and Kuno was doing more than just that, was sometimes even being a dive Sojourn. With the help of a nano boost, you take that, but when you're able to find opening pickoffs like this time and time again, the other team, they can't safely transition. They can't comfortably transition into the brawl style the way that they want to. When you got a Sojourn as lethal as Kuna, it's impossible. It's just impossible to ever sit comfortable. You're going to be worried about poking your head up behind every corner because Kuna very well might be lurking and might be looking to take that head clean off. We have Kuna here for an interview. Hello, welcome. Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling great, excited, shaky, all the above.
A little shaky. Okay, this first question might make you feel a little bit nervous, but it might be a little bit tight. We're still working out the playoff or the playoff standings to see who's in the top 8. 4-2. Do you think you guys did enough? Do you think you qualified?
I hope so. All those hours.
You know what? That is
screwing. Oh.
See, that's 100% fair, especially with that map coming on through. That was a very close series that you guys had to fight through, and especially after we saw those first two rounds, I'm not gonna lie to you, I thought it was done. I thought it was Jover after that, and it's like timeless were looking so good, but you guys made the swap to that Sigma composition, which I kind of want to talk about because you guys are one of those teams that CB and I really like to see because you have the ability to both pull out kind of this Doomfist, this dive, and also that hybrid style with the Sigma. Is that something? Have you been practicing both of them? Have been leaning into one more than the other? What's that look like?
So we've only been practicing Doom Comp, like exclusively scrimming Doom Comp on every map, regardless. But we came into the match today after our last match versus the other timeless team, and we kind of came to the conclusion that on certain points and certain maps, especially on that last Flashpoint Cervasa, that it's impossible sometimes to get our Doomfist set up in time and our backline set up. So we decided, let's just go Sig Comp and mirror it.
And honestly, hey, you guys looked great for not practicing that really at all. We would not have guessed that whatsoever. And it was really great to see you, Kuna, especially shine on that Sojourn in particular. And I kind of want to ask you, can you walk us through kind of what your journey is to get yourself to Calling All Heroes on the stage today?
So I mean, I used to play a lot back in Overwatch 1, but then I kind of quit and took a break for a while. And I came back for the release of Overwatch 2, and I joined a team called Neko Cafe and got like a top 16 in a Pro-Am Open qualifier. And then I heard about Calling All Heroes, and I then applied and joined a team with friends that I previously played in open divisions and stuff like that. And we decided to form a team and play in Calling All Heroes and just try our best.
Your best definitely seems to be pretty damn good. It's paying dividends so far. It's been great to get to see you guys playing. We definitely haven't seen the last of you. I shouldn't say definitely because we're still working out the Swiss standings, but let's assume, right? Let's go ahead and assume that you guys did make playoffs because I'm feeling pretty good about that, right? Do you have a message you wanna send to any of the other teams that might have made it? Are you coming for them? You coming for their titles?
Well, we're gonna try our best. I like to stay humble, but definitely gonna shoot for as many wins as I can get.
Keep playing like this and you'll probably net at least a good few more. I believe in that. All right. Congratulations on being our Chipotle MVP. This has been the Chipotle Real Talk interview, but I got one more question for you before we send you off. I think chat knows what's coming. What is your Chipotle order?
So it depends. When I'm on a cut, I get a Chipotle bowl with chicken, rice, pinto beans. I get light lettuce and light cheese, and then if I not really care at all, I get a burrito, but the same thing but a burrito.
If I don't care, whatever, I'm not cutting, whatever. Yeah, give me the carbs, I don't care. That burrito, I gotta say, the chicken burrito bowl, that's my go-to as well. We are kin, we are one. I love to hear it. Well, thank you very much for sharing that with all of us. Thank you so much for joining us for the Chipotle Real Talk interview, and congratulations again on being our MVP. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Well, that should just about conclude it. We've had a pretty spicy day. Spicy day where all of our games, I mean, even the ones that weren't 2-0s, Or did we have a 2-0 at the top? I don't even remember.
We did.
Was our
We
first
did.
match? Okay.
It didn't feel like a
definitely
2-0.
It didn't feel like it at all. It felt like we had 3, map 3s that all went the distance.
Yeah, and it honestly might as well been that way today. And, that's what happens when you get to these later points in the Swiss stage, is that you're matched up with opponents that have the same record of you. And eventually you're going to get to a spot where you're on the same skill level, right? And you're battling back and forth to get within that top 8, which hopefully we'll be able to announce for us later here tonight. But before we get there, we want to highlight some of our individuals, some stars from the day, and kind of some of the big plays that we've really seen, CB.
And speaking of big plays, let's go for the be quiet play. Perhaps the biggest play of them all. That sleep dart there onto Zoe, nearly resulting in her death. I am very surprised that didn't happen. There's a lot of support play going on here. The sleep is one thing. 5 HP is as low as it gets there, and then the support to help keep Zoe alive. So
Clutch
every
heals.
support in the game really popped off that one. I mean, that's what it's all about. We're not always the flashiest, we don't always make the biggest plays, but according to Twitter, we're the most overpowered role, and maybe that's why supports get so much flack, is because we made sure that Genji did not die. But some things did unfortunately die today, and that would be the hopes of the playoff dreams of some of these teams. Let's have a look at where things shook out. There's our top 8 that do qualify, and right out there on the tail end, Timeless Celestial, right at the cutoff, did not make it.
That's so close. It had to have come down to map differential in order for Timeless Celestial not to qualify today. And, they are a very good team. They've shown that they can compete with a lot of the squads within the top 8, and to be shoved out in 9th just like that, it's not a feel good at all. But you gotta look at these teams, right? And you need to be scared. Looking at Microwave, still undefeated, mind you, and Timeless Ethereal, NYXL Embers, and Drainers being right behind them. Those are really the top 4 that you want to look at, but of course, not sleep on any of the others.
This is a pretty good, standing for VT Blue, by the way. I don't know if they have ever come into a playoffs placing this high. I think it's usually 6th or below. So that's a really great showing for them so far. Our winners of the last match, Narazaki x Tengoku, they've made it as well, as has Fable. Like I said, that's what they got to do. That's step 1. They want to earn those points. They want to earn their stake, keep their claim, as all these dogs are nipping at their heels. They want to make sure that they qualify for champs, and this has been step 1. Unfortunately, we have to say sayonara to the teams 9 through 16, as well as those that didn't quite make the cut for the leaderboard here. It has been quite the Swiss weekend here, and a lot of storylines coming out, especially out of that top 8, and there's only one way to follow those storylines, and that's to stay tuned in and come out and support us again next weekend.
Yep, still plenty more Calling All Heroes action to happen. You saw the top 8 teams, and guess what? They'll be returning for that double elimination playoff bracket. Not only competing for $10,000, but an opportunity to qualify for our championships coming up on Fairy. Plenty of action you are not going to want to miss throughout the day. Thank you so much to Calling All Heroes, and of course, Radiant, putting on this lovely broadcast, making us look pretty. Pleasure to work with you, as always, CSB. It's been Tiny Shiny, myself, and CB on the broadcast, and we'll go ahead and see you next weekend.